Alright, I turned
It ain't freaking true, bro.
Yeah, this is a Snake 2 kind of night.
No.
We're
not
back.
the PNS farm incident.
Q. Make sure you fix your blue mage.
I did.
We're gonna pull Onslaughter and he's just gonna summon snakes.
Reorder your party list if you need to.
Oh, yeah.
Eat your food if you need to.
Okay, stuff.
Alright.
Alrighty. Let's do our
Right,
best.
yep. Capital G Gaming here.
Like, I remember the buttons. Too much fucking
you're not a tank.
Too much. Single player RPG.
I'm dead.
Okay.
Ow.
I'll revive it.
Bad news, everyone.
Oh, I didn't have Mighty Guard up. That's why.
Emu.
I was like looking at my buffs and I was like, okay, what do I need up? I've got Tank Suck.
Fucking
I
yikes.
think there's something else.
goodbye.
Oh, it was Bristle. I need to Bristle. I forgot Mighty Guard. I'm
What happens when
sorry.
you share a square? What happens? Nothing happens.
No, you stole my tether. Why did I pick you?
Yeah, I don't know. I was
If
just
you're-
sitting by the edge.
I think it's the closest person.
I definitely was not closer.
I am casting Mighty Guard. Alright, I got the guard up.
Because I was like,
Please, everyone.
what if we shared the square? And then we did.
Two bros chilling in a square, 10 feet apart.
ING.
Good thing because they ain't gay, but that's only half true.
Did you too?
Yeah.
How the fuck did you get hit down so one?
Beam.
Yeah, I don't understand. There might be just like a lot of variants on it or something. Cause I had Magic Hammer on it too.
Oh
Beam.
shit, I'm gonna die to kill
Yeah,
this.
you're dead.
Oh, it didn't even die. Fucking owned. Cancelled my cast.
Cancel culture's gone too far.
True.
Literally gone too far.
There's one is Snake One Prog.
Nah, that was a
Snake 0.5 prog.
that was just I forgot how this game worked moment.
Okay.
One person always just takes more damage than everyone else. You can't explain it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as everybody lives, like, I guess it's as much as could be hoped for.
You okay?
Yeah. Hello?
What?
Why won't it?
I think we're
What are you doing?
dead.
You're attacking the wrong person.
We're fine.
Oh, we're fine.
Figured it out.
Were you just targeting Onslaughter?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bad news, everyone.
We're fine. We're
I
fine.
already knew your thing was fucking full health.
Yes.
Like,
Pretty
Figured it
new.
out. We're fine. Like, I'm just so used to playing tank at this point, and I'm a really good tank by the
Yeah,
way.
he is a
You're
very
not.
good tank.
I
People are
heard.
saying that I'm the best tank.
Everyone's saying it.
Everyone's
He's got the
saying it.
best tanks.
They're saying it more and more.
I'll try that.
Bigly tanking.
Beam.
He's here.
Oh
I'm
my
dead.
god, dude. I was hard
Bad news,
casting.
everyone.
I mean, I was hard casting the fight. We're dead. Yeah, we're dead.
Cow.
We messed
I'll
up
kill
this
us all.
time.
Ivan's too used to DPS and I'm too used to tank.
Huh? I did nothing wrong there.
You guys farming tomes?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's certainly
getting
something.
better.
Yeah. We gotta.
Which one did
Down
you
to
guys-
Mighty
about
Guard
4
off.
minutes and 30 seconds.
It's 4:45.
Mighty Guard.
Okay.
4:30 is a little
You just go like
overstated.
you go 1 tank, 3 blue, right?
No,
Oh,
you go
okay.
4 blue for this. The final boss is like too much HP.
I know where it is.
What?
Sorry, I'm doing my button. Someone else is getting auto attack first.
It's me. I got an attack first.
I guess you're being.
That's simple. Sorry, simple.
Saw a Rick and Morty car yesterday.
See a car?
Yeah, they had like Rick and Morty and like Pickle Rick decals.
Heck
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Did not get a photo.
I'm in the TV show I was watching. Someone was wearing a Pickle Rick t-shirt. Not Pickle Rick, a Tiny Rick t-shirt, which is apparently a thing.
I'm Tiny Rick.
Oh yeah, yeah, that is the thing.
I don't remember.
I'm on CD.
Brawler to 50. Brawler to 50, and then down to 10.
Yep, should be good. L plus
Mighty
one.
Guard. Beam. I'll go north, but I'll wait till after the beam.
You're addling first ball town?
Yep, it's done.
Got second ball. I don't think they know about second ball.
Drill.
Second ball Z.
Double drill?
To 10. Not bad.
Oh,
Cyclone?
cyclone.
I got it.
Kill Vortexer.
Single drill. Away from Brawler. Oh,
Kill this
God.
man, kill this man! Oh, I'm in the soup.
Dead, 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 dead. Focus on,
You're gonna have to heal yourself, you got dotted.
Yeah, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, don't forget the single drill is proximity damage from Brawler.
Get
So
ready to
you-
short cast.
Now.
Where the frick is my surecast? Oh.
well, that answers that
Oh.
question.
They're dead because
Oh, it didn't save. It didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
It didn't save my
your roll-
surecast.
Yeah, your roll stuff doesn't save.
Dumb. Okay. Let me save
Oh.
my bar right now.
Yeah, whenever you swap,
Yeah.
your roll thingy disappears.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, let's surecast. What? It's not there. It's not there. Okay. Blooming
If
spell
you're hitting
books.
Vortexer, Just be careful when you're dropping it too low, and we still haven't gotten Brawler to 15.
10. Yeah.
10 or
Okay.
15, yeah. Because like that pushed when everybody wasn't ready, I think.
Yeah. Mighty Guard off.
Southeast.
We're too good at that.
True.
Truly.
He's dropping pretty low. Minions here. He's invincible.
He's invincible.
Yeah, that was really fast. That's one of the places where we need to hold back just a little bit.
We want to like hold off at like 65, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if people are dotting him, because he'll tick down.
It's better not to dot that guy.
Yeah, he had a bunch. He had a bunch on him though.
I mean, Feather Rain is probably fine, but not the.
No, he had a bunch of long ones on him.
That's up who did it.
Me?
What?
I usually dot him.
I've been dotting since the
Yeah.
beginning, so
Same.
like.
Yeah, I mean
think
it's
we
probably
just-
fine.
Oh, I'm dead. Well, not dead.
It's probably fine to dot him as long as people are conscious about stopping like active DPS at certain whatevers.
Given what just happened.
I don't DPS the map traps because I trap.
I just keep bad breath up.
Why? Oops.
Mega beam.
Yeah. Bonus beam.
Beam. Okay.
Go for it.
Oh my god.
How do we take so much damage?
Is somebody addling that? I'm magic hammering and.
Beam, watch out for the beam.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, I'm dead.
I think we're just dead, yeah.
Blam. Jump.
Yep.
Okay, it is worth
Yeah,
remembering
I
if Dave dies, we can recover from that. But yeah, we just
Same
need
thing,
to
you didn't get
get.
healed, the AoE, and then you took an auto right after. It was really no time.
If no one's addling on that guy, we should probably just have somebody. If one of the DPS can just addle.
I've been
Hit during
handling it
the-
every time.
Okay, all right. Yeah, the bad breath might not have gotten out before the cast, but hammer and addle. Just
Yeah.
timing, yeah. Yeah, it might have just been awkward auto timing. Hey, he's not allowed to face me!
Get him.
Like, it's freaking illegal.
You're
Mods.
welcome.
Oh, Talon ran north, you bastard.
I've been doing it since like last time.
She's been plotting this. Betrayal.
Beam west. Double drill.
Drill.
62% on blaster.
He's here.
Blaster.
Beam.
Last star, how do I know it?
Haha.
Brawler to 50.
Brawler B hitting that 50 years old.
Mighty guard. Might be interesting.
South beam, so I got it.
Double beam. Okay. Hit mine. Mighty guard off.
Thank you for the palm cure.
You took like 0 damage.
Yeah, because I
Diamondback.
Diamondback
Yeah.
Mighty Guard, so I take no damage from the
How
first
Q
two
doesn't fucking do
mechanics.
that.
What?
You can't explain it.
You cannot.
Because I don't want to.
Skill issue.
Drill.
Single drill.
Okay, get
Brawler
ready.
to 10.
Getting close, guys.
Well,
Yeah, we're good.
Kill this man.
Okay, I'm gonna use Cold Fog. Let's see
I'm
if I
about
get
to
scanned.
die? Okay.
oh, fuck.
I got scanned. Just like a second to him. And Dedge.
Nope, I just got
Also Dedge. Nice.
You should if you need to.
Great
Mighty
sure
guard.
cast.
Yeah, mighty guard off.
Behind.
Beam.
Oh!
Pretty.
Oh frick! I jumped.
Super jump.
God dang it!
Why
I
the fuck
keep
was it
forgetting
even
what
there?
quick cast that is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Get behind.
Alright, doesn't even matter. It was on me.
I didn't even think I ran far enough away that I was gonna
What?
not be able to get behind. Like I didn't.
We aimed at B2. Behind was facing D. Or I don't know what.
Huh?
The beam went at you.
Yeah, I think if you get the go out mechanic, it might just be good enough to sprint.
I was fine. I was fit, and I was fine.
Yeah, but there was 2 AOE's that I couldn't walk through.
You don't go away from the party until you do the second AoE's drop. Like you stack on B and then you move for your prey.
Is that true?
Yeah, because otherwise,
No.
yeah, you're gonna get stacked.
Yeah, that works. That's what I normally do.
This post was fact-checked by true P8S gamers.
True.
Anyone have the mount?
I do.
Yo, where'd you get that mount from?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, you know. The P8S farm party.
Oh, I was gonna say the store.
The store, yeah. You should have said that, yeah.
Yeah, I should have.
You confused the
$30
shit out of the
for
guy. He's looking, he's like, I just can't find it. What you don't tell him is you paid for your club.
Ooh.
There we go.
Super secret hidden store.
Very exclusive club. Cancel my cast.
Beam east.
I totally lied. We totally dot this guy in the beginning. I hope. Probably not re-dot though. After it falls off.
Okay, 65. That was fast. Beam.
He's here. Get him. Oh,
What?
no, I
Double
think it's
drill.
fine.
I got it back. Right for having worked up there.
Crawler to 50.
You said if you need to.
I'll just stop white winding there. It's too risky. It's been fine, but one of these times it'll go bad and it'll feel
Okay.
bad.
He's at 50. Ready for balls. Mighty guard up.
We got a ball south. It is already heavy.
Double drill.
Double drill. There you go, Penny. That's for you.
Yeah, it goes really hard because I could just essentially
Mighty
take
guard
no
off.
damage from 2 mechanics.
Okay, 15. You said if you need to.
Careful on vortexing.
Vortexer's getting
Roller is
close.
at 15. We should be good.
He's
my
about
full
to.
fog
He's
now.
about to.
Uh,
Psycho.
Hey, I got it off.
We did
Oh
it.
shit.
Bad
Single
news,
drill?
everyone.
Drill. Spread.
it's proximity,
Dave's
remember?
dead.
You got knocked back.
It's fine.
We'll be fine, we'll be fine.
Yeah, we just gotta kill brawler, kill brawler. Okay.
it if you need to.
Oh, I need
Prepare for knockback.
big guard off.
They lose it on my dream.
Knockback.
So I'd be regenning MP.
Get behind.
Oh,
Almost.
How did I guess I got short needled? Is that what happened?
Yeah, we were. I think we were low when the AoE hit.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think my heal went off.
Ju-
Even though I fucking swift casted it.
Do I need swift cast for anything after that? Because I can also swift cast a weight win there. Because I'm probably going to be the healthiest because of Mighty Guard.
Maybe.
You don't need it
Yeah,
for
you can.
tank things.
I'm
then the
trying
next
to
thing-
think.
If you don't need it for tank things, the next thing you could possibly need swift cast for is if you
Intermission.
get chosen in intermission for.
Yeah, will it be back
enumeration.
up?
Oh, you can
I don't
try
know.
it.
Yeah, we'll try it. We'll try it. It's worth the stability to at least try it.
Doom.
Sound.
Okay, he is definitely not going to give us another beam. His HP is gone.
$65 beam.
Friend is here.
I don't know.
Beam.
Yeah.
Okay, Mighty Guard. Time for balls. Double drill.
I sold the one at 1-2.
Okay.
Beam.
%.
Yeah.
Yeet him.
I used cold fog too soon. I did.
Sad.
Single drill.
Kill.
Heal away. Oh, get his ass. Nice.
Use it if you need to.
Mighty guard.
Oh yeah, enough guy.
I was watching him just punch nothing the first attack
Yeah.
every time without fail.
I really just don't understand what he's doing.
Get
Behind.
behind.
I don't know where the fuck behind is.
I've been away.
Been my problem.
Out of the box.
Nice, good timing.
What the?
God,
Mhm.
Behind.
Finish him.
I can't get down.
Don't be in
Yeah.
front of him. Don't be in front of him. Don't be in front of him.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
Mighty guard
Right.
up. And to the east wall.
How did you survive?
You
that
away from
flamethrower?
us. Turn your mighty guard.
Drill going off.
Dodge beam.
No.
Hard
Diamondback.
cast Diamondback.
No, I love mechanics.
I just felt like everyone on
You're ready
Down
to
the
swift
left
cast.
leg. Mighty guard off.
Oh, I didn't do it too fast. I didn't do it fast enough.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, there's a lot of dead people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is where we do the dot, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we would just do the macro, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, don't do it.
Oh, the macro goes out,
Now.
Oh, not the macro. Well, that macro.
Or the potion
Not
macro,
macro.
and then you paw it, and then this is when you would press
And
the
then you take the
macro.
macro.
Yeah, so you probably have time to, like, if you can Night Bloom or Phantom Flurry or something.
Is Nightbloom not...
I think
Nightbloom's in
the
the
macro?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. in the
Oh,
macro.
it's in the macro?
Yeah.
So you want to do Matra
Okay.
Magic or is it Destruction and Feather Rain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You only have like 2 GCDs and
I mean, we're
Shock
pretty
Strike and
close.
stuff are
yeah,
up
we're
too,
pretty
right?
close.
I'm telling you, one
What'd you
clean
say,
pull.
Shock Strike is available, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, whatever you can
Strike.
fit in.
Just not Night Bloom.
Not Nightbloom.
Or
Nothing, I
Shikaka.
think. Tingle, triple top trident you don't want to use.
Yeah.
Or Super Knockout.
Don't use Final Sting before the macro.
That's good.
Nice.
Matra Magic has to be saved as well.
Also, if
Matra's gonna... Okay.
for intermission, for the legs thing, if you're not targeted by a circle, you don't even diamond back. You just stand behind the leg.
Yeah.
Yes, if you're
Okay.
targeted by a circle, remember to swift cast your Diamondback.
Yeah, to give you the
Also-
time to get behind the leg.
Yeah. Also, just in case it's not clear for Brawler in the middle, when he does single drill, he's going to randomly pick somebody, like anybody out of all 8 of us, and
Line.
it's actually not a line. It's only gonna hit
Oh.
one person, but it hits you stronger the closer you are to Brawler. So if you're in its face, you're probably going to die, unless you have Diamondback or something else up. And the further you are, the less damage you'll take from Brawler. So you
this
can
is-
stack on each other, but you have to be. It would be better if you were further from him.
Yeah, so unless you have a reason otherwise, like just camp south in front of the south ad. There's
Like
there's
you'll
no real
live
reason. Yeah.
if you're like here, but you'll drop down to half your health for sure. And if you're much closer than this, then you're probably gonna die.
If you're like me, you're gonna die.
I have a question. When do we take Mighty Guard off during the in the intermission 2 section?
If you're not in enumeration, that's a safe part for you to
Okay.
take it off. If you're in enumeration, sucks
I'll be
to
right
be
after.
you.
Yeah, just as soon as you get out of your bubble.
I've always just left it until he comes back. You have enough time to click it off and then whistle Sonic
Yeah.
Torment.
Okay.
It's just how good you are at pressing all those buttons all at once.
Oh, you
or
know
if
what?
you
Yeah.
wanna spread it out a little.
If I'm gonna suck a deeps,
Okay.
I have to turn off my Mighty Guard too, right? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I mean, during the cast, there's no damage.
Yeah, I just didn't even think about it.
And then
Good to
same
know
with,
before it happens.
Dave and James can suck a DPS.
Just
if
James.
They're not in enumeration. Yeah.
Good. Deeps are deeps.
Darn enumeration.
Alrighty, let's do it.
Yeah. If you're not in enumeration, you turn off Mighty Guard and suck.
I think we
Good
need
check, good check.
a tree.
No food, yes.
Blessed be.
What's it be? When you get that "you up" text from P7S.
So what?
You know,
up.
the "you up" text?
You up?
You
Yeah.
Oh,
You up.
oh.
Like you awake?
Pretty's down.
No, I'm sleeping.
Fortnite lobby going live, you up?
No, I'm sleeping.
South.
Oh, I'm getting FOMO, my thing didn't one-shot it.
I got one blood drain. Good enough for me.
Double drill. 65%.
Be here.
Ooh, so close.
Beam.
Well, I'm going down.
Mighty guard. Double drill.
Single drill.
Single drill. I'll take north.
Oh,
Oh, I'll take northwest.
yeah.
That was the
I was hard casting, man. The slow, we're dead to the AoE.
Yeah,
Oh,
Q and I
God.
aren't dead though, baby.
Oh, we're alive. We're living.
Yeah, because I casted the heal while I
I'll get
died.
pretty.
Oh, I got him already. I got him already.
Oh, okay. Well,
Sorry. I should have said
Double
something.
blaster.
beam.
Yeah, just get Brawler down to 10. We're done with spheres. Spherical.
Oh, I heal for zero.
Swap.
We're probably gonna need you to try to light wind Ivan, since Pretty has double weakness now.
Okay.
And the merry-go-round mechanic if you can.
Yeah.
Drill.
I did it last time and it seemed to help. So.
Cyclone. Double drill and
do that again.
cyclone.
Oh my god!
Oh, Q.
Was I too close? I thought I
Yes.
Damn it. Sorry.
There's a
I
curse.
thought I was
I'm
far enough out.
frozen forever? Okay, I'm back.
I thought I was far enough out. My bad, y'all.
We
Trying to
should just
pull-
reset this run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just throw my res on Prinny to not accept. There you go.
You're fine.
I contributed.
Fine.
Beam them all.
A little
I
bit
was
of a
okay. I
curse
thought I
run.
was far enough out, but I'll get even farther out.
Yeah, I mean, if that timing hits, you're just gonna take the L and get knocked.
Yeah, I mean, but I can cold fog for that, so it's fine.
Alright, remember to food back up if you have not.
Mighty guard off.
What's a tree?
It's always time to tree.
I'm not treeing around.
Treeing is always ethical.
There's always money in the tree stand.
Not good at it's a reference to Survivor.
Yeah, no, it's not. Surprisingly. But it sounds like it could be, honestly.
Northeast.
One.
I just had a horrific thought about Survivor. Do they ever do product placement in their challenges? Like, is this? Oh my god! I mean, I was just like, that's such an obvious thing.
More so in the early seasons.
Get this delicious Arby's meal if you win this.
They've definitely done Outback Steakhouse a lot.
Oh, that
It's
makes
like the
sense.
big one.
Yo, bro, they need
Okay.
money, man.
Everybody just dives on
They
purpose.
did Target like pretty
It's like-
early. They did Coke a few times.
Ooh, I'm sure the
They
executives
also
did a lot of
did
coke.
actual Coke a few times.
Yeah.
A pound of Coke or a brick of Coke washed up on the beach one season.
Keeps the doctor away.
Did it? Do you think it really washed up, or do you
Yes.
think that was part of
Yes.
Community
60%.
challenge. Find my crack I lost.
the games here?
RP walking to the next place.
Why you RP watch?
You what now?
Double drill.
That's fucking role playing.
Use ERP walking to the next place. I'm banning
Oh,
him.
yeah.
I'm reporting him.
Get that ass banned.
No consent here.
Bro, they're dropping?
The ball is dropping like it's hot.
Mighty guard.
Beam south, so I got it. Nice and slow.
This is a double
Double
drill,
drill.
and then I'll go north after double drill.
Second ball's gonna be really slow. It's in range. My bonus. Bonus heavy.
it's Giga.
Single drill.
Nice.
0 damage. ZDPS.
20%?
Yeah.
Kill this man.
Listen.
Yeah, Machina.
Oh fuck.
My Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
Yeah. I play with the Pokemon. code,
I
yeah.
love Sumakina. I guess it'd be I hate Sumakina.
Yo, bro is about to die.
Uh-oh.
shit,
Well,
it's
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
That's
Almost
gaming.
almost
Yeah, I
ideal.
said
Holy.
I mean, we didn't get puddles. And
Watch your muddy guards. Ready, sure, Cass.
Might disregard.
face me. I finally understand the timing on with the bubble there, I think, so got a system that seems to work.
Like,
Behind.
Oh,
I can't
I died to the stack.
Oh. Here, let me try to bait it.
oh, I'm fucking dead. I got super jumped.
Uh,
Goodbye.
I don't swim.
Behind.
No.
Can anybody
I got
get me? I can get
I
somebody.
got you. Gotcha.
I'm slow resing.
It's
Is that dead?
oh,
Sorry, I didn't realize I.
yeah, it's ogre.
That effect, like that is an egregiously like screen flashing effect. Those bombs going off.
Yeah, what I do is I just point my camera like directly overhead and I just look for the arrow on the
On the ring. Yeah.
on the ring.
Absolutely not.
Talon, get back here.
I
look
made it.
for-
It's rough, man. That's a
It does
P3S.
that as either, yeah.
I look for where the ring disappears.
That's good, yeah.
I wish I had the mana.
Yeah.
Yep.
Am I gonna get both circles? Oh, I think I'm just dead. I don't think I'm supposed to get all of these. I don't swim.
Oh, you're dead. I don't think you're LOS'd.
really nice of the one part of Blue Justice to block its other attack.
I think my favorite part is the fact that he does like 8 moves after he's dead. So should I not? Do you guys not want me to stack, even if the
I think you
mechanics
should
let me?
stack. I think you
Yeah,
should stack.
I mean I died to this, just the stack damage. I was just low. I guess I
Yeah.
could. No, because I don't want to swift cast White Wind before the stack damage, because that would defeat the whole point.
Yeah.
And I'm in,
Yeah.
Moon Flute at that time.
Every
I've been-
DPS mighty guarded before the Moon Flute ends.
I can
That'll be a little hard.
Ivan, I'll just single target.
Yeah,
blue,
Yeah, Palm
and
Cure
then
would be
I'll-
good.
Yeah. I'll just single
That'll do
target
it.
you there.
Okie doke.
I've been saving my Angel Snap for after the stack.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair, and that's like I haven't actually been able to stack for several pulls now, so like that's the first time it's come up tonight. So it's not something we've seen very often. Hello, Talon's a scammer.
Baited.
I'm not supposed to have to pay attention during phase 1. It's for you DPS to worry about.
DPS adjust.
I'm supposed to have people to do that for me.
So
Sits down.
Yes.
Oh,
no!
You better get up!
I'm dead!
we have like several mighty guards.
My
I won't
window
name any
opened.
names. Freddy, turn off mighty guard, please.
no.
Okay.
Wait, I'm supposed to have Mighty Guard. No!
Yeah, wait, Dave, I don't know why you turned yours off.
It was reflex!
Just turn it back on.
I did.
Okay. I think we'll still be alright.
I think we need to do some more damage.
Yeah, we need to get... Yeah, this might just be the end.
Sorry.
Maybe not? Well, believe in the
Oh,
dream.
yeah, baby! It's too much skill.
Are we gonna kill Swindler though?
What do you mean? Yes?
Kill him.
Are we going to kill him?
I'm in Moonflute.
He's dead.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe the next guy's up all of a sudden.
Pulling. Yeah, because we're slow. Okay, I'm just gonna slightly adjust this guy so he's actually south. There we go.
He's a real game of ours.
Alright. Bruiser.
Brawler.
Oh,
Brawler?
Bruiser.
North left.
North left.
Oh, I'm going west.
Dude, this is gonna be great because the weakness is just gonna fall off before
Mighty
it matters
guard up.
too.
Yeah, balls.
Yep, I got south.
Double
Beam.
blaster.
It's slow. I will do my best to not slow it again.
Guard off.
I just leave it on until that goes off too. I don't know.
That's fair, yeah. I just want to remember to do it.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, that's
lefter.
The beam.
sketch.
20%.
Should be good now to start on. Vortexer R.
Can you see
Pirate.
pirate?
The pirate.
Oh my god.
No cold fog.
Did I get it? Yeah.
This fog is so cold.
Cold to my fog.
Double drill.
Double drill.
I don't have any mana for this. I'm dead.
No.
It doesn't kill.
Good.
Actually,
Fine,
fine.
Good.
Surprising.
Murder this man.
Double drill is the only one time you would survive, I think. Or no, you would survive the
Single
beam.
drill.
Yeah, you'd be okay.
No, I would not survive single drill.
No, not
You
single
you survive single drill if you went to the wall.
Well, yeah, but I run back.
Huh?
I mean,
Knock back.
you're in control of that, right?
Well, I don't know what he's going to do. That's the problem. By the time I'm running back.
Yeah, by the time he's back, it starts scattering something.
Oh no.
Oh!
Behind.
Behind. Oh. For jump.
I'm dead.
I
we
got.
both pray, Prinny?
Yeah,
I don't have
that's great.
anything.
Alright.
Behind.
Yeah, I couldn't see you in the
Not enough rest.
flashbang.
70 seconds on the res.
Okay, bad news, everyone.
Long casting on Ivan.
Oh no.
Let's
Uh,
reset, just reset.
Yeah. I respectfully decline.
Is that what you normally do, Talon? You normally just walk left, speed?
I don't really have a normal because I haven't been getting it that often.
That was the first time ever, I think, I got that.
I don't know. I mighty guarded before my moon flute ended there, and I came out of that entire mechanic above like 50% health. So
That's
And
probably
our
not a bad
damage was-
idea.
our damage was just about comparable. Because the thing is, like,
Yeah, it's
our
only one
burst is so
GCD.
front loaded and the dots aren't. So I don't know. Leave it up to other people, but I'm just swift casting mighty guard right like when 2 seconds are left in moon flute.
Yeah, I also white winded after the stack went out, which helped. Talon and Prinny, did you guys die to the prey? Is that
We were
Yeah, we
paired
were
up.
too
Okay,
close.
okay.
Stood on top
Gotcha.
of each other. Yeah.
Mighty guard off.
It'd be a real shame if we could see during that mechanic.
I hate visual clarity.
I think that the floor should also be orange, just to make sure that we can.
Yeah.
No, you're probably
the
right.
boss should probably be orange.
Should
as
make
well.
the sky orange too.
It's clear if everything's orange.
But
Yeah,
that
we
was
could
also
go
like
wrong.
a giant orange bird.
As I hear in the next update, you can replace your monitor with a giant piece of orange construction paper.
Send it to the mail.
Excellent.
Take the right on.
Quite exquisite. Thank you, Yoshi P.
The texture.
And now you
Forward
need
to it.
more billion tomes too for the relic. Do not target me, you fucking
Northwest.
bitch.
Sad.
I asked so nicely. DN,
What's that?
do not.
Oh.
Do not these nuts.
Do not.
Blaster O and Brawler N. That makes NO.
No.
Yeah.
N Omega laughing.
Brawler.
Okay, 65%.
Blaster O. I really used to kill it before I did the AoE.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the heck are you guys doing?
Who's sus?
I'm
Beam.
doing. Not me. I'm the sus flower.
Make that sus.
Dude,
look
okay.
at it.
I wake up and I just like, oh, Tristan sent you a message. Oh, first thing I see in the morning that day.
What a beautiful message to wake up to. A sus flower.
That's fun. God.
There's one thing, I'm consistent
50?
in the variety of
Bodyguard?
Twitter messages I send you, okay?
True.
South.
You know what to
we're good.
expect.
Nicely
Single
spaced
drill.
out.
Why is this posting so slow?
Did it go off?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, oops, I have to stop hitting that.
Oh,
Bodyguard off. After the second ball.
God bless.
Alright, to 20. 20 seems like a good number.
Double drill.
20 is not a creative number.
No, that's pretty good.
20. Still.
Yeah, he's gonna check down below 10, so.
Oh,
Beam? No. Yes?
It is
no?
beam, yes. It is beam. It is beam.
Edge. Whatever, rise.
Got him.
Nice.
Yeah, I was coming out of.
Moves your flute.
Whistles.
Knockback.
Yeah, I'm whistling.
That was bad combo. Whatever.
And I got the Adela? No, I did not. Yeah, my mighty god though.
Go through.
Oh, my Swift. What happened to it? Oh, I have to Swift Dave. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
No.
yeah.
I had to Swift Dave. I didn't have to Swift for Dave.
Ow.
Yeah, I white-winded after the stack, but it did not do much. I was at 111 HP.
Yeah. No. I think I can. I just can't res.
Pretty. I will take whatever
Yeah.
Swift
If
caster
Dave-
has turn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If Dave
I'll
has to-
Swift Dave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It was my Swift was down for 10
Yeah.
seconds, so.
Sorry.
That's always
But always the mighty god before the mechanic goes off, guys.
true. Not wrong. I might do it, to be honest.
I would advise it. If you're doing it, Tristan, you could also it might also be beneficial if you did a white wind there, like after the stack hits.
Well, I'm in move.
Oh
mode
yeah,
now,
yeah, you guys
fortunately.
are in waning. Yeah, that's right. That's why it cannot be you.
Yeah. I think it has to be me. Literally. I think everyone else.
If I'm a prey, it'll be useful because I'll be at like half health probably. But yeah, otherwise I might actually be the lowest for once.
Yeah, that Odin caught me off guard. I was like, why didn't my heal go?
There's just a lot of damage there, so.
Yeah,
Well, I
the
think.
Mighty Guard is definitely a good idea.
Oh yeah, Mega Beamer chills.
Chills.
Every time a Mega Beamer goes off, an angel gets their wings.
And then they eat a snack.
Yeah.
For Justice, it's kind of an angel. It's got wings.
Yeah.
Everything with wings is an angel. You're gonna put.
That's correct. You're not
This
wrong.
has been fact checked by true Christians.
Beam.
Yeah. Be not afraid.
Biblically accurate
Honestly,
angels.
Kind of like an angel of
Oh my god, dude.
Uh-oh.
I'm getting into south position.
You should be okay, though.
Oh, this is a problem.
Diamond backing.
Away from
Oh
south.
yeah, I'm not
away
gonna
from
have any
south.
aggro on Brawler. I'll grab him in a minute. Or Vortexer, I mean.
I got Dave.
Alright, I'm out of
Freddy,
bubble.
no!
Bro, he's interrupting my heal.
Yeah. Alright, well I do
res
have
Freddy.
him now.
I got
Res.
it.
The thing is, we can recover from here.
Probably.
Double drill.
Double drill.
Oh, why
that's
isn't
not
it-
Ivan.
Yeah. What?
Oh, no, it's closest and farthest. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, but it's still targeting Ivan. Single drill.
Good drill.
What's still Brawler?
Yeah.
He's supposed
isn't
to. Or rather, I have threat on
Brawler?
him. I have threat on him right now. Yeah, because Dave died.
it? Right, but when he does a single, I guess we'll just.
Well,
Yeah, I think double drill is always like closest and farthest. Because like,
No,
close
it
proximity.
is. But now all the single drills and all the single beam and
These are
double
going
beams are
off
also
pretty
gonna go
close.
south.
Yes, yes, he was a deal.
I'm just bubbling.
Away from south. Away from south. Away from south.
Yeah, I bubbled, so I'm okay.
Mighty guard out.
I'm
I think
afraid
we're-
about
I think
you.
we're kind of stabilized now.
Yeah.
Just need some.
Yep. On Vortexer.
You guys are gonna need to watch out. You might not be
Yep.
able to
Yeah.
do what you want to do here. Yeah, get out, get out.
No, it's double
Oh,
drill.
it's
It's
double
double
drill.
drill. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay, okay, everything's fine. I don't generally know what to look for, so I just assume it's I'm getting owned.
Okay.
I gotta use some spells on Vortexer though. to
Yeah.
Be a little bit lower.
Yeah, I haven't been able to like DPS him like I normally have.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we should be okay.
It just has to go off before he does his jammer.
Yeah. Alright, well, we recovered, nobody has weakness, so that's good.
Nobody yet.
When you
Well,
have brawler, it's not you I'm worried about.
fair. Mighty Guard, Dave.
Knockback.
Whoops, I did not night bloom and all that. Do it now. Oh, it's me, I'm the stack. That's a new one.
Run through.
No,
What the
I'm
fuck is
dead.
run through?
Like run through the boss.
I
That way
literally cannot see
you don't
it.
make a beam. That was mostly for the people who are stacking.
Behind.
And then get out of in front of him, don't be in front.
I can hard res.
Don't be in
talent.
front, he's gonna flamethrower.
No, I can't. Just kidding.
Okay. Alright.
I can get him after I'm out of this bubble.
I'm full resin.
Mighty guard.
Okay, yeah, you should have time there.
2 away
Oh,
from
move,
us.
yeah.
We're gonna have time? Oh, you gotta.
Someone heal? Oh,
Oh,
God.
wait,
I
wait.
got you.
Yeah.
Don't get closer to Kyujin.
Yeah, don't, stay away from me.
Okay.
There's a mine there too.
Uh,
You move to the right, to the right.
Hard cast Diamondback.
I did too early.
Oh, Talon didn't have the MP. I can get Talon after this. Okay, got him. Line of sight.
Perfect damage.
Get ready to, I need to... Oh, I guess we're not gonna...
No, don't do it,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
do
yeah.
it. We need everyone to come out of that alive.
Yeah.
I know we really need to come out of it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can only have like one... The example had like 1 week, but yeah, you can't have more than that, I'm sure.
Shonks suck.
Alright guys, high concept of the 80 buffs.
Well, that was a good brute face, really.
Yeah. When I say run through, I mean
Oh!
go.
No.
Okay, hold on.
Piston is not here.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'll help out in a second as well.
Hi, it's back.
We-
Welcome back.
Pretty, I have another TV show for you to watch.
Oh, yeah, I'm listening.
It's called Jury Duty.
Okay. Comedy?
It's they set up a fake trial, and are doing like a documentary, a fake documentary on it, where everybody in the trial, all the jurors are actors, except one guy is just a normal guy
Oh.
that they choose to have.
What is this?
It's called Jury Duty. It's a TV show.
Oh.
James Marsden is in it. He's very funny.
I don't know who that is. I don't know.
He's
I don't
Cyclops from X-Men.
never watched.
He's from Enchanted.
Okay, but Enchanted is an animated movie.
Okay, name a movie
it's
that
not- it's
somebody has seen.
Half real slash. Most people have seen X-Men.
No, yeah, most boomers have seen X-Men.
The American version of Death at a Funeral.
Hold on,
He's
I'm looking
he's
him
Tina
up.
Fey's boyfriend, Christopher Cross in 30 Rock.
I'll come up with a better thing. Let me go to his IMDb page.
Okay, I'll check it out. Jury Duty. How many seasons?
It's one season. It's
One
on
season.
Amazon Freevee.
Alright,
What the fuck does
I
that
need
mean?
to take a piss. I'll be right back.
Okay.
He's in Sonic the Hedgehog.
He is telling his like, I forgot.
We were all here, and now.
And then they left.
Okay.
Like he suddenly needed to go to the bathroom after everybody got back. We can't know. I was thinking, do
No.
we like your run through is I think is generally helpful. Do we want to? I don't know what a concise, more specific wording is, like targeting
Well-
stack or something. Because that's what really matters,
Yeah, I'll say
right?
stack run through. Yeah, I could say stack run through.
Yeah, because it's either gonna be the stack needs to move or the praise need to move.
I mean, basically what I'm doing is getting to center
Hey,
as
can
soon
we
as
call
thing
a
goes
letter
off.
safe or something?
I'll try.
I mean, we all end up at C, so we all
Yeah.
know what D, A, and B is relative to, right?
Yeah, it's either gonna be A safe, like we can call it A safe or C safe. It's always gonna be
Yeah.
one of those two will always be safe, I think.
Yeah, I literally cannot see, like, I get flashbang, literally. Like,
Alright, I'm
presenting
back.
down.
Yeah, that's why I say I point my camera at the ground so I can. see.
Yeah, I just zoom way out. Hope for the best. Think of the queen.
She dead.
Save,
She
save your
dead.
coins.
I guess there's a new
Save your
queen.
coins, save your coins.
Save your coin.
Yeah, they're replacing all money with King Charles.
Oh yeah.
The way you said that, they're replacing all the money. It's all gone. We don't know where it went.
Real though. So if you're a Lizzie fan, Stan,
Lizzie
Sorry.
McGuire stand.
yeah, if you're a Lizzie Stan, save your old money. Because soon it will be no more.
You say that in jest, but now I am imagining and suspect there are probably actually people who.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, 100%. There's
Consider
some
them-
major Lizzie stands. Oh, it's
Yeah.
me.
I kid you not. Somebody in 20 years is gonna be like, yeah, I got a Lizzie penny.
I was
Got
thinking.
tuppence for Lizzie.
I was actually thinking about this the other day. Is the UK like going to have like a dozen monarchs over the next 20 years now? Because they're all going to be old people for a
No.
long while, right?
My guess is that Charles will die.
He needs to
Kill it,
die, by the
kill
way.
it, kill it.
I think
Are you
it's
serious?
fine.
Who's an attack?
No, I think we have to do.
I don't know what this
Yeah,
is.
who
I'm just
was
gonna
on
diamond
that?
back.
It was 10% higher than it usually was.
Someone just didn't do the.
Oh, Dave's was diamond back, maybe.
Mighty Guard.
Or Mighty Guard, yeah, that's what I meant.
I also fucked up my rotation because my triple trident got interrupted. And so then things started going off out of order because I thought it went off, but it didn't.
Alright, anyway, we're fine.
Everyone was just too busy thinking about those pennies.
Yeah. Everyone's a Lizzie stan. That's what we learned here today.
Rip Lizzie Bozo.
Yeah, well, what about the Arvings?
I like
Yeah, we're
tup.
not femboy fishing.
I like tuppence. That's my favorite British currency name. Tuppence.
2 pence.
No, saying 2 pence is too difficult. It's tuppence.
I'm bangers in a
Tupperware.
mash.
I only use it to feed birds, personally.
Okay, buddy, what the fuck you doing?
I guess I didn't I
You
didn't
did
dodge.
die.
I didn't dodge well enough. I didn't dodge well enough. I thought I was out of the circle. Okay. Whatever.
You died pretty good.
The show is not over.
I died real good when I died.
Correct. You might need a white wind, Dave. No, okay, it's fine.
Right, I did it.
Rolling in
Bad
blast.
okay.
news, everyone. Extremely bad news.
Oh,
Oh
danger
no.
zone.
I'll get him back eventually.
You can't.
Double
you
drill.
got
Double drill.
damage up. You got damage up.
Extremely
Kill him
bad
quick!
news.
Working on it.
That's a lot of health.
I'm
Yeah,
dead.
he has damage
Yeah.
up too. And he can get shot. I'm
Well, that's the
running.
guy though, Poggers.
Yo, do the mechanic. Get down.
Good down, Mr. President. Yeah, because Q was res, I white winded. I thought the ads might have
Well, why'd
been
you
on the
white win?
table, but they're not. What?
Why'd you white win after you res them?
I because you said no HP, so it's like, oh, okay, I can
Oh,
take
that's
care
all
of this.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got the right
Yeah, yeah,
That
I
was-
know you
that was
guys.
my
yeah.
bad. That was
I
me.
didn't think about it, but then it. The stupid thing is Dave didn't even need a white wind. I was plenty early. It would have been fine.
I listened to the call.
Yeah, no. You did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong.
I was first.
Let's the.
All right, Q.
I was perfect. I am perfect. Okay.
I don't
Megas
like
will be in.
Boss is not.
Yeah, well, he moved weird, so deal with it.
West.
Please,
Northwest.
Todd.
Microwave's done.
Now someone feed that microwave.
Better go catch it.
Yeah. Oh, microwave's running. Better go raid it.
65. Beam.
The noble.
Get him! Ooh, that's a
Ooh.
spicy meatball.
Double drill.
Doubles your drill.
Why, thank you. Okay, brawler is transitioning.
Mighty Guard.
We got a guy south. I will breathe on him.
Single drill.
I'll go north.
I was the single drill. It was me.
Beam. Mighty Guard off.
Manage your manner.
50 steps ahead of you.
Let's kill this guy.
We'll drain him if you need him.
Hey, you drain blood from a robot.
Blue finds a way.
Real. True blue patriots.
Beam.
Great work. The boy who lived.
Lose it if you need to.
Compresses your lane.
Guard.
I was actually able to save my swift cat.
Knock back.
Okay. Yeah?
Goes A.
Fucking eyeballs, bro.
How'd you guys die?
They were too close on server tick.
I got there.
Behind.
Fine.
Behind.
I mean, were you Roth Prey?
Yeah.
Yes, but we were pretty far apart when we got hit, so I don't know.
Is somebody getting out?
Cannot.
I'm in a bubble.
I'll have to hard cast. I'm on it.
Mighty Guard gets your spots and Q away.
Okay. Ow.
Or are you gonna...
Talent.
Yeah, can I have anyone?
I got talent.
Dodge right if you need to.
Yeah, dodge.
Right.
Hard cast. Talent's dead.
I wonder how you actually do this mechanic, Smile.
Watch the video.
Diamondback was dev intended.
Oh! Oh my god. Wait, how'd you die?
He wasn't line of sight.
I mean, we could just try it and then reset the instance if we want, but we have to have, I think, like
No,
every dot on
talent's
it.
Too late
literally
there.
dead.
Stuck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's only 2 dots. Yeah.
I'm gonna hit everything.
I'm taking this
That's
tornado.
one.
I'm taking him on a tour.
I'm eating this OLED.
Boom.
Final punishment, sentence to public flogging. You should have just read your
Flogging.
stuff. Yeah, read it.
Very rude.
So, how do I sound like a bit of a broken record here? But, if you have Mighty Guard on, and you accidentally clip your prey AoEs, you will both survive.
There you go. Do your burst at the beginning and turn it on.
Yeah, last GCD and the flute.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Bit of a life
Good
hack.
advice. Life hack. Linux.
Literal life hack.
I
Linux
turned it on that
tactics.
time. I turned it on that time. And,
Okay, Mighty Guard.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Think about Mighty Guard.
I'm thinking of it. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
God
about
damn
my
it.
guy.
my heal just get fucking cancelled.
Cancels your heal. Okay, what are you gonna do about it?
Die.
Cry.
Dies. Dies and then cries.
West.
God. Yeah, I know you guys didn't see it, but I dodged it Matrix.
I saw. I saw.
I dodged it Matrix style. I was like, wow.
You might see a Mega B move.
Rude.
We do a little megaing of our beam.
Yeah, I didn't get the lever off that early pull because I heard Talon say something and I tried to parse it.
Parsing.
Mars.
Parse it. I tried to parse it.
I'm buzzing this blue fight, guys. Come on.
Beam. Oh, he's
It's
low.
low.
Should be okay. Yeah, go.
Oh, noob.
Did you white win there, Dave?
I did.
Okay.
I got a strode him off there.
Beam.
Well, you said I gotta stroke him off there, not stroke him.
You know, little column A, little column B.
We got-
What I can get.
oh shit, it's Brawler W, let's go.
Brawler W.
It's Oprah Winfrey.
Whoa.
Okay, Mighty Guard.
You're doing a lot of damage to that fella.
Vortexera.
Please.
Drill. Single drill.
Single drill.
Mighty Guard off. Single drill. Oh no, it's beam. Just kidding.
Lower.
They're hard. I just see orange from where I'm at. Oh, I don't want to click fog yet.
Good.
Beam.
I must beam you a question. Oh, quick.
Don't mind if I do.
Mighty Guard's off.
That is definitely the strat.
Knock back. I did not have time to get Mighty Guard off.
I'm praying.
I'm going right. Oh.
Oh, A.
I'm dead, dude.
Oh.
Okay, this is
I died to the
That's fine.
AoE. Or just the long needle.
I'm just moving away.
That was.
Behind.
Yeah.
I have Swift
I'm
Cast.
gonna get. I'm not.
That's
I'm gonna.
weird because I.
You guys
I
gotta move. I'm gonna get cleaved here in a second, or someone
I
is.
actually healed you, Arden.
Could've been me.
Oh.
Could've been me.
We should just reset.
Yeah.
I'm
And
alive.
reset the instance.
Reset the instance.
Boom.
You have Devour there, Ivan? Can you cast it?
I can, yeah. I can. I'm trying to strike the right balance between burst and mitt, but yeah, I can devour instead of something.
I mean, maybe that little bit of health could
Yeah,
help too.
I'll just triple trident, devour, magic hammer, and bad breath. not as much burst, but that's fine.
What?
Get all my auto.
Are we resetting the instance?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're out
What
of time.
punts you there?
Hmm?
I got thrown across the room, but I don't remember what.
Did you get?
Oh,
jumped?
was I? Were you too close to
No,
me
I was-
with the? Does the prey knock back?
No.
I was
No?
also prey, but
Oh, then I have no idea.
yeah, I died. Like I got punted across the room behind him. Not sure what. Oh, mine! There must have been a fucking mine somewhere. Wait, is there?
Mm,
No,
there's no mines
not
at
for
that
that
point.
part. Not for that
think
part.
so.
Mines are an intermission. What the fuck did I get punted by?
Not no.
He specifically just decided to punt you.
Pretty also got punted, didn't he? I thought, or did you?
I died to the beam.
Oh,
Okay, Mighty
Oh,
Guard.
maybe you got beamed.
Mega
then.
beam knocks you back.
Oh
You
yeah,
got beamed.
you probably got beamed, okay.
behind him. Thanks, you bitch. What the?
Classic snapshotting. Don't worry
Where's
about
our
it.
markers?
Oh. Yeah, we don't need him. Okay, we got him.
The real snapshot is when you get punted behind him when you're freaking attacking in front. It's great.
Damn, I missed Cold Fog.
What the hell? I was repairing. Well, she was repairing. This boss gonna have a more billion.
Oh, I healed the wrong person. Because my party list is fucked.
West.
We gotta do a more billion damage here if we don't
Yeah.
wanna.
Yeah, we're pretty off.
Yeah, we gotta use CDs.
Well, I don't know about that.
Cash on delivery.
We're okay? Question mark?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. You but we're fine.
No legislation.
So what's a spicy?
I don't usually cast much after we get back, so when that happens, I just cast an extra one or two things earlier.
Five beam.
Holy, what the fuck? Jesus, how's he autoing this? 4K.
Beam.
I think they all have like mini tank busters. Every couple auto attacks.
Why do you hate getting auto for 4k damage?
Okay. Off guard. Off guard. Mighty guard.
We got a south ball, so I got it.
Beams.
Takes no damage, low. Takes a little bit of damage, low.
Mighty guard off.
Double drill.
Double drill.
Let's go.
Murder this man
No.
in cold blood.
Vortexer J and BLUBLUBLU. Oh, Dave is dead.
You ran
Alright,
out,
I'm
ran out of my range.
Diamondbacking out.
Single drill, single drill, single drill,
Okay,
single
okay.
drill.
Never mind, it's fine.
I'll get Dave in a second.
Uh-oh.
Kill this man.
That is everyone. I have Ligma.
Oh my god. Shocking.
What? Oh, shock, yeah. You would have never seen it coming. It's a Persona reference.
Knockback.
Could be okay. Oh, 2 autos this time. Oh, on B.
Can't explain it.
Go A.
Nice. Out of the hitbox.
And then behind.
Sure.
Oh,
D.
weird.
He loves turning.
Yeah, and then not in front. So you guys have to move again.
That's okay. Make sure to get some MP. We have a MP heavy mechanic coming up. Mighty
Guard.
Guard.
Mighty guard you.
Ooh, Jesus.
I'll put out a white wind here to help.
Still going out. Dodge
Oh, watch
left.
that mine.
Dodge left. Dodge left.
What the heck, you guys? You
Back,
just
back.
squeeze through it! Look at you guys.
Okay, we have a... Okay.
I can get the...
Bind legs.
And Mighty Guard off.
Oh, we lost a bunch.
Slow.
Yeah. What? Ogre.
Dot him up here.
Is someone casting off guard for that?
Oh yeah, I
It
should
does the cast off
I
guard.
should condense Libra too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will.
Cause like, look, I hit.
Beyond pot.
Yeah, I hit a physical thing here too. Man. Yeah, so we.
Oh, you're
What was the timing? End of Justice Cap? Is it when it's gone or not?
Because I have like 700 fucking debuffs.
I think it's about if it's not up by end of justice cast, you're out of luck. I think.
It's what's not at the end? What?
If you don't, sorry, were you asking when you have to dot and bind?
No, I'm
Oh,
asking
was
when
that
I press the macro.
When does he hit
Oh.
his
Like,
smack?
is it when Justice is gone, the cast bar is gone, or is it like right at the end of it? I don't know.
What is the
I think
guy?
it's just during the verdict cast.
Yeah, the verdict cast.
Mighty Guard off.
Immediately as the verdict cast ended, I hit a timing macro consisting of the following. So verdict.
Mighty guards.
Mighty Guard's off.
It's off. Let's go.
Yeah. Interesting.
Looking into
Looking
this.
into it.
Yes.
Screenshots.
It's great.
We're very close.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
They're
bitch?
pretty.
Dude! I was out of it!
No, you were not.
Yeah.
Is somebody getting him?
Oh,
How did he beam to 3 and I'm over by 2?
can't explain it.
Remember that time I got punted
Yeah, I was gonna say you got the-
behind
Got the K Express. No, leave me alone, bitch.
Okay, well, okay.
Yeah. Damage wise, we're fine.
Yeah, I was a non-capture the whole time.
The only thing that might be a little spicy is Swindler's AoE.
Nah, don't do that.
No. Oh,
Free Mega Bee.
Free Shavaka, dude?
What?
Shawarma?
Free Shavaka, dude. This is actually only one place I use Last Dance in this entire poll.
Okay, 65. Beam.
Eat him.
Very nice. Ooh, close.
Beam.
Yep.
Okay, is that 50? Mighty Guard.
Double drill.
Double drill.
Legitimately takes no damage. Okay.
Single drill.
drill.
Run away! Ah!
That's a lot of damage considering you were pretty near to the wall there. It's like asking what?
Swap.
Oh, fuck.
What is that?
Beam.
No, unlucky.
Even a swift cast Diamondback is good.
Winnie,
enough.
did you swift cast him? I should
I
have
did,
done
I
that.
did, I did.
We're good. Oh, Gucci.
What's your mighty guard?
Oh yeah, thank you.
Can someone off guard him when he comes up?
Knock back.
Okay.
Actually, we can do.
fuck?
We ate a tank buster
Yeah.
because is it because Dave had Mighty Guard on? Or was it-
No, he was targeting me because my Mighty Guard was enough to take aggro.
You're supposed to turn it on.
I
after
turned it on
you
at
turn.
the end. It was him on at the end.
That
It had
doesn't.
to just be like.
I've literally
Dot
never
ticks
had
or
that
something.
happen.
Yeah, that doesn't
No,
make any sense.
No, I mean it didn't happen the other time I put up the Mighty Guard. I don't.
Well, technically, you're supposed to take like 0 aggro because you're not doing any DPS.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. That.
Does it
Are you sure it was
retro-
you, Talon?
Retro apply?
Yes, he was targeting
No,
me.
it
I
doesn't-
looked at the thing.
I mean, the next iterations of dot damage will give you it, but
Yeah, we all ate like a fucking flame.
I mean, I used a boosted triple trident, a magic hammer. Like I should have had pretty good threat. I don't know.
What the? God
I
damn it. I did not try hard enough to die.
I do not know why he decided to turn an aggro on me. That
Well, like I said, it's never happened to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure
But
it
I'm
was
using
you.
my full.
or rather why it caused it that time because I did it another time and it did not give me aggro. So I don't really
Yes,
know.
if it's that's causing problems, we shouldn't do it. But
It should. There's no reason. But,
yeah, if we don't steal RNG, RNG. If we don't steal aggro, not doing it, I find it hard that some dot ticks would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay.
Weird.
Yeah.
I mean
Kay,
that had to
Mighty
be what quote unquote caused it. I just don't know why
I
it did
guess.
that time.
I have no idea. It was weird. I just turned around.
It's not like I
Well,
have
we'll see.
broad-
We'll see if that happens.
Well,
What happens
isn't like a threat like snapshotted when you do? It shouldn't like.
No,
It
it
shouldn't retroactively.
it definitely does not retroactively apply. I don't think anything works like that in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. I did not magic hammer at the start. That's on me! Oh well, everybody's alive. It's telling you, rat. Steals my aggro, turns the boss towards me. Getting freaking betrayed.
I'm the worst DPS. I turned the boss to the tank. Thank God it died.
No Mega Beam today. Sad.
Just kidding.
No, there was one.
Found it. It's right there.
Mega's Yo Beam.
So 66, 5, 4, 6,
Drill. Double drill.
Okay.
Go!
Close.
I wonder why we stopped.
It was pretty inconsistent before, but I think we were doing, maybe we were doing a little more AoE damage while we were getting the other
Beam.
guy down. But I wouldn't want to overcorrect, because not killing that other guy is a much bigger problem.
Yeah. We got it down pretty much. We just gotta get a one healing plus somehow.
I don't know how that's possible.
Okay, Mighty Guard.
That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I do my single target burst and I just start spamming heal.
Beam.
Oh, that's a scam.
Are you dead?
No, I'm literally fine. Don't worry. I took full damage. I don't really know why, but I did. Unexplainable.
Beam.
30% on bruiser.
You, Mighty Guard.
Block.
Yeah, let's go. She also died.
Oh god.
For a second too soon, or they gonna count? Let's go. That's a server check working in my favorite moment.
Single drill.
Single drill.
I don't have Swift. Had to use it to save Dave from fucking dying.
Cringe.
Watch your mighty guards.
Yep, I turned it up.
Oh, I'm stupid.
fuck.
Hmm.
Today it was me. Looks like we're fine. I'm going towards shoot.
Go to A.
Yeah, it worked. See, that's the nice part of having it there. We stacked our praise and
Yeah,
survived.
make sure to turn it off.
Yeah.
Oh,
Behind.
Run!
That one's not as bad.
And then not in
Oh.
front. Don't be move once it's in. Okay.
Yeah, that was nice and quick.
I'm in a bubble.
Wall Mighty Guard.
Mighty's my guide. I'll put out a second wind here to just help with healing.
Dodge right.
Disgusting.
Diamondback.
Diamondback.
Mirage on me.
Wow.
Alright, get ready, after the Diamondback ends, think about the legs, think about if you got a swift cast.
Oh, God.
Hello?
You guys doing it?
You stopped and like right on top of me.
Yeah.
What
Me?
happened? I was.
Was it me? Did you say Q?
No,
or
no,
so
no,
good.
it was me and Kay.
Oh.
Well, none of you bought Diamondback. Neither of you did.
No, we were stacked on top of each other, so we died.
Yeah, but I mean,
Diamondback won't save you from that.
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying.
My Diamondback, I guess, got canceled because I was moving, question mark? But,
I've had that happen before,
Yeah,
yeah.
so you need to, after you hit Swiftcast Diamondback, you have to, let go, I
I'm
guess.
trying to die, guys. You stop fucking using the orb so I can die.
I thought I hit it.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
I'm...
neither of you casted Diamondback. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
We cast it, it just didn't go off.
yeah, you have to stop
Mighty
moving.
Guard.
Anyway, yeah, if I'm chosen, I have to be in that, spot. That's the only leg I can get to in
I
time.
was trying to back up so you could have space, but then you followed. So I was
Well, I was just
Hey,
trying to
dude,
get
run
out
in.
of...
Say something. I don't know.
You only have,
Someone
1
call-
second.
Someone calls close, someone calls far.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's no close spot. You gotta be 2 different legs. I mean, I guess you could be close.
You don't
You
have
don't
to
have to
be.
be two different
You don't
legs.
have
You just
to
have to
be.
be behind the legs.
You had space to be right behind the party, between me and the party.
Sorry, let's just go again.
This is the pull, I think, Sensei. This one here.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
I'm really feeling it.
Being pretty.
I'm pretty.
Not me.
Fucking called out.
It's on my corner.
You don't have a what?
Hey, can any DPS nerd tell me, are you supposed to manually cancel Phantom Flurry at the end, at the last tick, or is it more DPS to just let it ride?
You leave it. You let it ride out in the moon flute.
Oh, right. Okay,
You
never
use it
mind.
right before the end,
Yeah.
and then...
DPS have betrayed me.
I would assume it is more damage if you are not moon fluting.
Yeah.
To hit it at the end, yeah. I would
Yeah.
assume so as well, I just don't know. That's the only time in this fight that I actually get to use it. Right there, because I'm just casting fillers for 5 seconds anyway.
Double drill. 65.
56.
Go.
We're close to them.
I love their death dice. It's very nice.
Beam.
What we got today? Vortexer.
Come back here.
Vortexer W. Big dubs on the field for the Vortexer gang.
The
Brawlers.
Yeah, he's multiplying.
Horrible.
I don't like it when the brawlers multiply.
50. Mighty Guard.
About when they commence hyper mode.
South orb. I got it.
Single drum.
Single drill.
God.
Sweats. I don't know if you had to cast it on Mighty God.
Beam.
Ooh. Yep, swap time.
Go far.
Well, I got it off. All good.
You know what? I could Phantom Flurry here. No one can stop me.
You are the Phantom Flurry Queen. Young and sweet.
Mighty Guard. Watch your Mighty Guards.
Is someone off guard?
Yes.
Okay, Dave, you're on off
back.
duty
Off your guard.
every time here.
You've been promoted. The accident happened years ago, Blue Justice.
Let it go.
Literally no
Hey.
damage level.
Dude, did my heal even go off? Can't tell.
Don't forget Mighty God off if you're gonna start hitting the boss.
Behind.
Behind.
Bad news. An assassination attempt was
Hey.
in your life.
Unbehind.
On behind. True. Prep MP.
Alright.
Can.
Guys, I got this fucking weird ass buff on my body.
Mighty Guard.
What's that? How's
Yeah,
it
it's a
going?
boss buff. 1 minute boss buff.
Dodge. Yeah. Yeah, Dave,
Uh-oh.
you gotta just, once the beam ends, you gotta...
Yeah, I was still moving when I did that. Fuck.
One in. This could be it, gamers. Okay.
Mighty
Guard
Guard off.
off. Up your dots.
I would, but
Oh, off guard?
A little stuck right
Sucking.
Okay. Grab gamers. It's time, gamers.
Are we dead?
No, it should be fine.
I couldn't kill mine in time.
Oh, what?
If you're dead. No, we can still get
That's so sad. Okay, well,
Wait, who's pressing the macro? Me or what are you guys doing?
that's the sting. That's the
Yeah,
The
the,
text
macro
comes in
macro.
the
Oh my
comes in the
God.
Sting macro too,
Yeah.
so we're gonna spam chat when that goes off.
yeah, that's fine.
It'll help, you
It'll help
coordinate
me.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we need to leave the instance. I
I
sucked.
need to resuck.
Yep.
Well, we're actually done. We have
Oh,
2 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah.
12.
It's 12. Yeah. Alright, well,
Bad.
there was an
We're
attempt.
close.
Yeah, no, I mean that was I think really helpful for me and James. To like the sucking, resucking's not bad. It's really not that bad. I thought it would be tighter than it was.
No,
No,
I mean you
actually,
just resuck like once you line up.
Yeah.
Or when it comes down, right?
Yeah, I had
You
time to
resuck,
dot.
Then you bristle, yeah.
I had time
And I
to
was
dot
even
just
I
fine
was
too.
even in the stereo whatever they call
Yeah,
that.
I think-
manipulation.
Animation, yeah.
I think I won't bristle. I think I'll Libra for everybody else. I think that'd be better than like a few ticks of my dot.
Yeah. Sounds good.
So since I'm way to the left, I can use the leftmost leg to line of sight. So I'll just stay way far out. If you get enumeration and you don't know where to go, you can go like.
Well, James and I
Go
hid
with that.
behind the same leg that time.
Oh, okay, you were
so-
good. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
we were. You're fine. You just have to either communicate or like I generally what I do is if you're in front of me, I assume you're gonna stay in front of
Yeah.
me, and that's generally how.
Yeah, I would say just pick a spot and
Okay.
let someone adjust around you.
How are there no healers in Gridon? Not that I need the reset, but still.
You guys should just group up before with one of us and then make us job switch so you can sub the
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, if we have to
No.
leave the instance, I think
Here,
that's probably
James.
the fastest.
I got you. Oh, he ran away.
He doesn't want to sub you.
Not you. Not Q.
My extremely high
Never
level
Q.
light mage.
Thank you.
Alright, good job
Imagine
everyone!
that mattered.
Yeah, we got this.
That would be really funny.
We got this
We'll
soon.
see if we can do it in the next couple attempts.
Almost there.
Yeah, I mean we really just need one lined up thing. If most people are just using the macro. Like in the video, the tank didn't do their burst very well, and they had like a somebody dead or weakness, and somebody was alive at the end of the fight. So like, it's not even really that tight as long as there's general coordination. So I think we're good.
Tuesday,
Tuesday it is.
Tuesday, 10:30.
Brute Justice dies
Steve,
on
good.
Tuesday. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm hopping off. I'm really tired.
Okay,
See
bye
ya.
everyone.
Good night, everyone.
See ya.
Good job.
Bye.
Good raid.
Yeah.
Farewell.
I think my other person's Minago, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I gotta do that still this week.
Minago's Paola. Alright.
Done that either.
Should I try to beat Trails to Azure tonight?
Sure.
Anybody else ready to cry this week?
Every week.
I am ready to cry the tears of the kingdom.
Resistance material component. Buy the right thing.
I already did mine. Woohoo! Alright, you know what that means. It's rune time. Mining. It's the sound of me mining.
Do you think
What
they'll ever
fun.
give us
No.
another skill that automatically hits max for things? What am I trying to say? So you know how we have a crafting skill that hits max quality if it's 80 or below?
Isn't it 10 levels or below?
It's 10 levels, yeah.
It already scales.
They future proofed it,
Oh, okay.
even though they like rework crafting every expansion, so
I mean, they'll keep that. There's no reason. not to
yeah,
keep
there's
that.
no reason not to keep it, so it's fine.
It's too good. They can't take it away from me.
Never go back to pressing 2 buttons when I could press 1.
Now that
What
I've
are we
had a
getting
taste.
full other thing?
Full other thing. Good question.
What if they just don't rework crafting in the next expansion? It just works forever.
What's a full other thing?
Not quality, the other one.
Progress?
Durability? Progress?
Never, because it's irrelevant.
I guess it's pretty free. Oh shit, I have to spend things first. Fuck! Oh, wait. Wait.
Yes, I would like another contact, Jane. Give me a contract. Grow some strawberries. Okay. Strawberry house. Moscato house.
Moscato House.
Hearing them say that 800 times during that
Dude.
trial was wild. Thank
Love
you,
me my
but no thank
Moscato House. Town, would you rather have a strawberry house or a Moscato House?
What?
you. Trick question. They're connected anyway.
They're stacked on top of each other.
You can tell Talon's just giving up trying to understand you or me. He's just ignores
I
it,
mean,
moves on.
it's been how many years? Almost 20?
He's learned.
20 probably for you.
I mean, I think I only knew him one more year than you did.
Who's Talon?
I don't know. Some nerd.
Oh, fuck. Now I have to go to the fuck a duck.
Excuse me?
I have to fly to Yulemore and then fly back to Monaco and then fly back to Yulemore.
Ba-da!
Alright, be right back.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so since you're just learning now, we'll play this game with your hand face up so I can help you out as we go, alright? Alrighty then. Alright, so since I'm first, I'm going to play my land, and then I'm going to pass the turn to you. Okay, so I draw this card, and then I play a land, right? Yep, that's right. I'll play this land? No, you probably don't want to play that one. Okay, well, I'll play this one then. You don't want to play that one either. Okay, well, I guess I'll play...
Which ones do I have?
Okay, sure. That's all you can do, so now it comes back to my turn. I draw,
I have Weaver.
I'll play my
Alright,
land, and I'll pass the turn to you. Alright, I'll draw. Wait, first you untap. Oh. I drew this. So now I'll play this land. I wouldn't play that one. Okay, then I'll play this land. So now what? I cast a spell, right? I'll play this one. Wait, what was that? What does that mean? It's just, I wouldn't play that card if I was you. Okay. I guess I'll play this one then? Yes, you should definitely
Alright, guys.
play that rampant
I'm off for the night. Talk to you
Alright,
later.
well, I'll
See ya.
add
See ya.
mana and play rampant growth. I'll counter it. Why would you do that? Why did you do that? You just played your spell into my 2 untapped blue mana. I don't know if I like playing Magic. No, trust me, once you get the hang of this game, you're gonna love it. Anyway, I'm gonna untap, draw, I'm gonna play a strip mine, and destroy your land. Use code 8th Place Dave to save 5% on your order at face-to-facegames.com. Okay, so since you're...
Hey, stop right there. We're not going to have another boring lecture from the prof today. Who listens to those anyway? Studies show not young adults. No, we need to listen to someone young and hip, someone you can relate to. And that's me. My name's Kid Young. I'm just a teenager and or 20-something young adult, and I do the things that those real teenagers and or 20-something young adults do. Things like skateboarding, playing my Sega games, jet skiing, and listening to rap music. But I only listen to rap music because of the profanity, not because it's actually prose poetry giving voice to often marginalized groups. Psst, 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 psst. Nah, man. And I'm always playing Magic the Gathering. It's radical. I've always got time for a game of Magic the Gathering, but I don't have time for banned cards. You can't tell me what to do. Man, every time I show up at the card store, they tell me, you can't play with these cards. That's not in this format. Those cards aren't legal. Those cards are restricted. Those cards are banned. What lame sauce. Man, I only play casual Magic because casual Magic's the only real Magic. Who needs rules? I don't like rules. I don't think cards should be banned. Let me play with whatever I want.
Well, I have a casual deck. It's not even legal in Vintage if you want to play.
You're on, old man. Let's do this. That's right. I don't even sleeve my cards. Because why would I pay money for sleeves? It's just cardboard, and I'm irresponsible. Roll for first.
I'll be on the play.
Alright, I'm gonna go beat Trails. See ya.
See ya.
Mox Jet. Island. Going to sack the Black Lotus for 3 blue mana. Play a Time Vault. Comes into play tapped. Play Voltaic Key. I will pay 1. Using Voltaic Key to untap Time Vault. I will tap Time Vault to take an extra turn after this one.
Wait, don't I even get to go?
Pass the current turn. Tap, upkeep, draw. Play an island.
No, but like, what?
Use Voltaic Key. Untap Time Vault. Tap Time Vault. Take an extra turn after this one. Pass this turn. Untap, upkeep, draw. Merfolk of the Pearl Trident.
Merfolk of the Pearl Trident? That's just a 1/1.
Use Voltaic Key. Untap Time Vault. Time Vault. Take an extra turn after this one. Pass this turn. Untap, upkeep, draw. Back from Merfolk of the Pearl Trident. Is that game?
Man, I didn't even get to go. That's not fun. How is what you're doing fun? The cards are unfair. Your cards are so unfair, man.
That's why they were banned.
Yeah, you're right. Whoa, I think I just got schooled by that 30-year-old because I totally learned a lesson. It's time for me to start acting more responsible about Magic the Gathering and thinking more responsibly about bans. They're there for a reason, dude.
Today we're looking at 9 weird and sometimes scummy Magic the Gathering plays that actually forced Wizards to change the rules of the game. Number 9. Pithing Needle, Borborygmos. During the top 8 of Star City Games Charlotte in 2016, Bob Wong's Grishlebrand Reanimator deck was matched up against Bradley Carpenter playing Birthing Pod. In Game 1, Bob's deck did exactly what it was trying to do by reanimating a Borborygmos in Rage and using its activated ability to discard lands to deal 3 damage each until his opponent's life total hit 0. After dying to Borborygmos in Rage's ability in Game 1, Bradley Carpenter sideboarded in Pithing Needle, an artifact that lets you name a card and then stops any activated abilities from that card, with the goal being to shut down the Borborygmos kill. Luck was on Bradley's side. He had a Pithing Needle in his opening hand in Game 2, which he immediately played, naming Borborygmos to stop his opponent's combo kill and ensure a fair game of Magic. Or so he thought. A couple turns later, Bob drew the cards he needed to combo off, if only that pesky Pithing Needle wasn't around. But then Bob had an epiphany. He quickly left the table to go talk to a judge.
And it looks like he did name Borborygmos, so we have Gristlebrand and Borborygmos named with these Pithing Needles, just like we thought was going to happen with Bradley's sideboard. Yeah, so it looks like Bob did have a rules question away from the table. He's back. I imagine he was able to get the answer that he was looking for.
When he returned, he proceeded to execute his combo, reanimating Borborygmos in Rage and discarding lands to its activated ability to deal damage to Bradley.
Oh, did he name the wrong one?
We can see Bradley try to stop Bob by pointing out the Pithing Needle that was shutting down the activated abilities on cards named Borborygmos, to which Bob responds, he's not activating Borborygmos. He's activating Borborygmos Enraged. Part of the issue here is that Borborygmos is a Magic card. While everyone involved knew that Brad meant Borborygmos Enraged, the card he had just lost to the previous game, by just saying Borborygmos, he was technically naming another legal Magic card, and in the end, the judge backed up Bob's sneaky play, giving him the Borborygmos Enraged kill in the win. As a result of the play, the community was even more enraged than Borborygmos, especially since everyone involved knew what card Bradley was naming with Pithing Needle when he played it, and it wasn't until later in the game that Bob realized there might be a way to rules lawyer a free win out of what Bob called a unlucky communication error. Bradley accepted the loss in stride, perhaps in part because of a prize split he had negotiated before the match, but Bob felt the need to address the situation in an article on Channel Fireball, in which he
hot
stated
today.
that his opponent's intent with
hot
Pithing Needle
in
was
Topeka.
100% clear, and that the spirit of the rules were on Bradley's side. Well, Bob didn't go as far to actually apologize for stealing the win. He did say that he learned to be more careful with his decisions, and that good sportsmanship is more important than simply winning. As a result of the play and the uproar surrounding it, Wizards decided that the spirit of the rule should be the literal written rule. Moving forward, players wouldn't need to say the exact name of the card they were naming with Pithing Needle for a similar effect. And instead they would just need to make it clear
Right,
so
Dave.
players understood what card they were naming. So, for example, Bradley could have said the Borborygmos he played in Game 1, or even just Borborygmos in that context probably would have sufficed. They also clarified that if there was any uncertainty about what card was being named, the opponent should make that player clarify. What this means is, under the current rules, Bradley naming Borborygmos would shut down the Borborygmos in Rage, because everyone admitted they knew what card he was talking about, even though he didn't say the full name of the card. And if Bob was actually confused over which Borborygmos Brad was naming, which Bob admitted he wasn't, it would be his responsibility to ask Brad to clarify which Borborygmos he was intending to shut down. Have a Borborygmos you just gotta stop? Well, you can snag a Pithing Needle and more from our sponsor Card Kingdom over at cardkingdom.com/mtggoldfish. Number 8, the sneakiest Dryad Arbor of all time. Dryad Arbor is a unique card. While there's many lands in Magic that can turn into creatures, Dryad Arbor is the only land in Magic that is always both a creature and a land, and this has led to an interesting problem. Where do you put your Dryad Arbor on the battlefield? Traditionally in Magic, the battlefield is laid out in a pretty specific order, with lands in the back and creatures in the front. Well, unless you're Adrian Sullivan, but more on that in a little bit. So where do you put a Dryad Arbor that's both a creature and a land? Well, when Dryad Arbor first came out in 2007's Future Sight, this wasn't really that big of an issue because the unique Future Sight border really made Dryad Arbor stand out on the battlefield. It was almost impossible to confuse it for a normal land, even if it was backed by the other lands on the battlefield. But this changed in 2012 with the release of From the Vault Realms, which reprinted Dryad Arbor, but with a normal border and with some art that made it look almost indistinguishable from a normal foil forest. The Where Do You Put Your Dryad Arbor issue finally came to a head at GP Leon in 2018, where in round 6, Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif battled not just his opponent Thomas Langlots, but perhaps the sneakiest Dryad Arbor of all time. Nassif is playing Hollow 1, while Langlots is on Boggles. On turn 3 we see Langlots play his land for the turn, a Dryad Arbor, which he places back beside his lands rather than up in front with his creatures, and the announcers even point this out during the broadcast.
Yeah, and also remember that's a Dryad Arbor, again. Tricky but quite relevant, especially in the face of something like the menacing Flameblade Adept.
The next turn, Nassif, in typical Yellow Hat fashion, takes an agonizingly long time to figure out his attacks. Eventually, he swings with a flock of flying Flameblade Phoenixes, and a menacing Flameblade Adept
Could have been.
tried to sneak in some damage past his opponent's only blocker, a huge life-linking Slippery Boggle. As soon as the attacks are declared, the Dryad Arbor jumps into action, joining the Boggle to block the Flameblade Adept, much to Nassif's surprise and chagrin.
So I don't think he sees the Dryad Arbor here. Yeah.
Yeah, picks up the creature land multiple times, looking at it and putting it back down in befuddlement.
Incredulously checks out this Dryad Arbor.
Yeah, so this is because of the art on this one compared to the one from Future Sight. This one is less apparent that it is actually a creature, and the way Thomas played, he just put it alongside his land and does look like a regular forest.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual situation. Of course, the Future Sight version of Dryad Arbor, very, very clearly an unusual card. This one, much closer to simply looking like a forest.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have been talking about this, have talked about this in the past, that it is actually deceiving to play a card like this because it doesn't really stand out. It's a foil land, basically foil forest, and the text box is just the power toughness is just so small. You can't really see it, but I think Gabriel Nassif decided to I should have probably paid more attention.
Before finally conceding the game, This play led to a huge conversation in the Magic community. Some questioned the ethics of springing a sneaky Dryad Arbor block from your mana base. Others called for the Dryad Arbor, or at least the From the Vault printing of Dryad Arbor, to just straight up be banned. Eventually, Wizards issued some new rules about where cards must be placed on the battlefield, which clarified that Dryad Arbor must be placed with your creatures rather than your lands, making the sneaky Dryad Arbor block a punishable offense in competitive Magic. Number 7, the colorless Cavern of Souls. Cavern of Souls became an all-star in tribal decks across formats pretty much from the day it was printed in Avacyn Restored, thanks to its ability to make creatures of a type of your choice uncounterable, while also fixing your mana. But in its infancy, Cavern of Souls wasn't nearly as powerful as it is today because of a weird quirk in the rules. If you read Cavern of Souls closely, you'll see that the land gives you two options. You can tap it to add a generic mana, or you can tap it to add a mana of any color, but you can only spend that mana on the creature of the type that you chose when you played your Cavern of Souls, and as an added bonus, if you choose the colored mana option, it also makes the creature uncounterable. Seems simple, right? Well, not exactly. Let's say you have a Cavern of Souls naming human on the battlefield, and you want to cast a Reflector Mage. So you tap 2 Hollow Fountains and your Cavern of Souls and cast your Reflector Mage. The Reflector Mage can't be countered, or can it? Well, according to the original rules on Cavern of Souls, your Reflector Mage was still very much counterable. This is because there was a weird rule that the default mode on Cavern of Souls was that it made generic mana when you tapped it. If you wanted your Reflector Mage to be uncounterable, you'd need to tap your 2 Hollow Fountains in your Cavern of Souls and explicitly say that you were making blue mana or white mana with the Cavern of Souls, even though there's literally no possible reason that you would want to make generic mana with the Cavern of Souls in that scenario. And this rule was as horrible as it sounds and super easy to abuse, which led to all kinds of scummy rules lawyering plays where someone would try to cast a creature with mana from Cavern of Souls thinking that it was uncounterable, only to have their opponent do the rules lawyering gotcha thing and point out, haha, you didn't specifically say you made colored mana with Cavern of Souls, as they countered their creature. The good news is this rule only lasted a couple of months before it was reversed. Under the new rule, if you use Cavern of Souls to cast a creature of the type that you had named, the default would be that everyone assumed that you made colored mana with Cavern of Souls and the creature was uncounterable, which was a devastating blow to rules lawyers everywhere. Number 6, LSV accidentally creates the London Mulligan rule. The Mulligan rule has a long and storied history in Magic, to the point where it might be worth doing an entire video on the hows and whys of its changes over the years, but today we're focusing on the creation of the most recent version of the Mulligan rule, known as the London Mulligan rule, for the location of the tournament where it first went into effect. Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica was literally Wizards' dream. Their most popular pro player, Luis Scott Vargas, probably better known as LSV, not only made the top 8, but managed to grind his way all the way to the finals with Boros Aggro. Even better, LSV and his opponent, Andrew Ellenbogen, split the first 4 games of the finals, setting the stage for an epic climax to the tournament with a winner-take-all Game 5 for $50,000 and the trophy. And then disaster struck. The players drew their opening 7s, and Andrew quickly keeps his. Meanwhile, LSV looks at 5 lands and a couple of medium cards and mulligans. At the time, Magic used the Vancouver Mulligan rule, where every time you mulligan, you draw 1 less card. So first you draw 7, then 6, then 5, and so forth. But then if you mulligan, after you were all done mulliganing, you would get to scry 1 before the game started.
Luis is on a mulligan, and you can see it. Yeah. He's feeling it on his face. He is just going, please just give me something that I can keep.
Yeah, he had a hand of 5 lands, a Healer's Hawk, and a Benalish Marshal, and deemed it not worthy.
Oh no. Luis Scott Vargas is going to 5 cards in the finals.
So LSV draws his 6-card hand and gets a 0-lander and immediately mulligans again.
When you're going down to 5 and you just want to draw Healer's Hawk, Primate into History of Benalia, need to have kind of that ideal opener. Is there even a land in this hand?
There is. It is a Clifftop Retreat. He's got a Tribunal, a Baffling End, a Sky Marcher.
That hand is extremely poor.
Luis Scott Vargas is mulliganing to 4 in the finals of the Pro Tour.
LSV draws his 5-card hand, sees a 1-lander and a bunch of expensive cards that he can't cast. This time he thinks for a while, and then mulligans again. Finally, LSV draws a 4-card opening hand and keeps a pretty medium one-lander out of necessity. You can't really mold a 3, you just have no chance with a 3-card starting hand. Andrew quickly ran over LSV in Game 5, thanks in large part to the fact that because of the mulligans, he started with nearly twice as many cards in hand, and what went down is one of the least climatic endings to a Pro Tour ever, and this led to a big conversation in the community about the mulligan rule, with some players stating that the anticlimactic ending of Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica was a reason to change the rule. For his part, LSV in his tournament report said that the Mold of 4 was pretty crushing, but he didn't think that the rules needed an overhaul or anything like that. It was just bad luck and part of the game. Well, LSV might not have seen his misfortune as a reason to change the mulligan rule. It seems that Wizards did. While they never explicitly stated that the infamous Mold of 4 was a reason behind the change, just a couple months after the Pro Tour, they announced that they'd be testing a new mulligan rule.
This is a really exciting part here. We're actually testing out a new mulligan at this event. Wow. Yeah, that's not news to me because we heard about it before the show. But I wanted the reaction. So tell us about the new mulligan rule. Right, so first of all, explain how the mulligan works, and then we'll talk more about the motivation behind it and that sort of thing. So the way that it works is if you choose to take a mulligan, you always draw back up to 7 cards, and then once you're satisfied with your 7-card hand and decide to keep it, you put a number of cards from your hand back on the bottom of your library equal to the number of times you mulliganed. So let me give an example. So I draw my first 7-card hand, and I don't like it for whatever reason, I have no lands, whatever, I decide to take a mulligan. I shuffle my hand back into my library, I draw a new hand of 7 cards, and this time I like it, I decide to keep, so I put 1 card from my hand back on the bottom of my library and keep 6. So you're still going down from 7 to 6 to 5 and so on, but each time you're getting to look at 7 new cards before you decide whether to keep and commit to that, and then putting that number back on the bottom of your library.
After a test run at Mythic Championship 2, Wizards implemented the rule game-wide with the release of Core Set 2020 in June of 2019, and the London Mulligan rule was born. Number 5, the Between Turns phase. So before we get into this, I should say, the Between Turn phase isn't technically a phase. If you read the Magic rulebook, phase actually means something and refers to like the steps you take to complete your turn. The Between Turn phase isn't a technical phase. It was just this weird period of time that existed between turns where certain things could happen. The Magic rules were really weird in the early years. So for a brief period of time, between the release of 5th edition in 1997 and 6th edition in 1999, there was this weird phase that wasn't actually a phase that happened after one player's end step, but before the next player's untap step, which became called the Between Turn phase. And the reason this weird space of time existed was it was to give a window for certain triggered abilities, and most specifically the untapping of Time Vault, to actually work with the wording and rules that existed at the time. For some reason, during this weird non-phase phase between turns that really only existed to make Time Vault work, you were also allowed to activate mana abilities. You couldn't do anything else. You couldn't cast spells, you couldn't activate other abilities, but you could make mana, which ended up causing some major problems with the card Wall of Roots. So if you read Wall of Roots closely, it says you can put a -0, -1 counter on it to make a green mana, but you can only do this once each turn. Well, technically, between turns isn't during anyone's turn, which let players ignore the once per turn restriction on Wall of Roots, and essentially turn Wall of Roots into a 1-card infinite mana combo. The problem, of course, is you were making this infinite mana during this between turn non-phase phase, and you couldn't do anything else during that phase. You couldn't cast it.
Let's see, what do I need to cast Super Glass Make? 10 air, 6 fire, and 2 starry runes. Astrale rune. Cause I'm gonna need to cast me some Super Glass Makes pretty soon here.
Super Glass Makio, brothers.
Yeah, that's gonna be me, baby. I'm gonna make some super glass and get my crafting level super up. Cause I got a giant seaweed burning a hole in my pockets. Seems like you three seaweed, 18 sand. That's wild. Alright. Let's give this guy... Wait, did I treat this with compost? I think I did. Oh wait, I need to be on Lunars to get a Super Glass Make. How much sand do I even have? I probably have a bunch, actually. Yeah, 2,000 sand. Wild! And pure and forever free. Alright, let's go to Lunar. Ooh, can't go to Lunar Isle yet. They would have kicked me off the island. Let's go to... get my Lunar Isle seal of passage. Alright, I need to give my stupid things to the stupid dwarves as well. I forgot to give these.
To spell or even activate non-mana abilities, but players found a way around this. So in Magic, mana empties from your mana pool at the end of steps and phases, but again, the between turn phase wasn't technically a phase, so the mana wouldn't go away when it ended. It would carry over to the next step, which is your untap step, although unfortunately you can't do anything during your untap step either other than untap your permanents. But Magic players realized if they could find a way to skip their untap step, they would jump right to their upkeep, and during their upkeep, they would be able to actually cast spells or activate abilities. So the idea was you would make infinite mana with Wall of Roots during the between turn phase, and then play something like Stasis or Sands of Time, which would skip your untap step and put you right into your upkeep. And then during your upkeep, all that mana you made between turns with your Wall of Roots would still be hanging out, and you could dump all that mana into Magma Mind and then sacrifice it to deal infinite damage to your opponent, which created a deck now infamously known as Wall of Boom. While record keeping back in the late 90s is pretty sketchy, it seems that the infinite combo with Wall of Boom lasted maybe a week or two before Wizards decided that it was either BS or against the spirit of the game, depending on which source you read, which led to them just removing the between turn rule from the game altogether to kill the combo deck. Number 4, Sullivan's Backwards Battlefield. For most of Magic's life, there weren't strict rules about where on the battlefield you needed to place your cards or how you place them there, which led to some interesting situations. One of the most unique battlefield setups comes from longtime Wisconsin pro Adrian Sullivan. Sullivan not only put his lands in front of his creatures, but he also played with all of his cards facing towards his opponents rather than towards himself. The reasons for this strange setup are actually super simple. First, as far as having lands in front of creatures, this is basically just because early Magic rulebooks weren't very clear on how you were supposed to set your cards, and some puzzles in early Magic magazines used the land in front of creature setup, so Adrian's entire playgroup played with their lands in front of their spells. That's just how they learned to play the game from these early rulebooks. Second, back in the mid-90s, Magic card sleeves weren't a thing, and the community center in Wisconsin where Sullivan started playing Magic had super rough tables. He was known for playing odd cards that most other players didn't use, which meant his opponents were always dragging his cards over the rough table so they could read them. Eventually, Adrian decided to change his battlefield setup to save his poor unsleeved cards by having them face towards his opponents so they'd be able to read them without reaching out for them and dragging them over the table. Eventually, Sullivan started playing in more and more competitive events and brought his unique setup with him to the Pro Tour, at least for a while. As Magic grew and tournaments started to be broadcast on streaming services like Twitch, Wizards decided they needed to standardize the battlefield for the sake of streaming coverage. In 2015's Pro Tour Brussels, Wizards told Sullivan that he needed to start playing with his cards facing towards himself for the sake of coverage, and then when Dominaria released in 2018, Wizards made a rule that creatures must be placed in front of your lands. While I'm sure there were some other players who got wrecked by this rule change as well, it will always be associated with Adrian, who was by far the most well-known player to use the now banned battlefield setup. Number 3, the Pro Tour Riot. Remember that Magic the Gathering ad that played on MTV in the 90s? While it's mostly just a cringy piece of nostalgia, near the end of the ad, one of the spectators mentions that Mark Justice started a riot at an event last year.
Tour 4, the MTV Invitational, presented by Magic the Gathering.
Enjoy 2? Okay, no problem. Alright, what do you got for me, man?
Justice is really putting the pressure on.
These guys don't look that tough.
Pretty strong play.
You don't think Justice is tough? He started a riot at a tournament last year.
Well, you probably thought this was just a joke trying to make Magic players look tough. It's actually a very true story from Pro Tour Los Angeles in 1997. A player by the name of David Mills managed to make the top 8 of the event, but he had a habit that drove the judges crazy. Dave would get a little bit too excited, and he'd play a spell before tapping his lands for mana, which was technically against the rules, which said you needed to tap your lands and then play your spells. Throughout the event, Mills got some warnings from judges telling him he needed to tap his lands first before casting his spells, and Mills would always apologize for the mistake, but changing the way you've always played Magic midway through a Pro Tour is super tough, so sooner or later Mills would forget and play a spell before tapping his lands and get another warning. Eventually the judges had had enough and told Mills if he made the mistake again, he'd be disqualified from the tournament. Mills apologized again, and by this time, Mills had made the finals of the tournament, so we'd only have to remember to tap his lands before casting his spells for one more match. The best of 5 finals started, and things were looking great for Mills. He won 2 of the first 3 games, which meant if he could win game number 4, he would be the Pro Tour Championship, and Mills soon found himself in a good position. If he could draw a swamp, a single swamp, he should be able to win the game. Mill drew for his turn, and it was a swamp. He quickly played the land and went to cast his game-winning...
Three giant seaweeds and 18 buckets of sand.
spell, but in his excitement, he forgot to tap his lands before casting the spell. He immediately realized his mistake and apologized, but the judge disqualified him on the spot in Game 4 of the finals with a potentially game-ending spell on the stack, and took away the $16,000 in prize money he would have won for making the finals. This didn't go over well with the other players at the event, who were watching the finals on TV from a side room at the convention center. No one took the "you need to tap your lands before playing your spells" rules seriously, and they felt that a pro tour being decided by such a silly technicality was a slight to them as pro players and to the game as a whole. Mark Justice, who was the biggest star in Magic at the time, rallied the players who chaotically rushed the stage as Wizards started the trophy ceremony, crowning Mills' opponent Tom Hovey the champion, to demand answers. Eventually, the chaos, now known simply as the Players' Riot, was calmed by an eloquent speech by tournament manager Andrew Fitch, in which he promised to give Mills his prize money that had been initially taken away by the disqualification. Sadly, there's no known video of the riot itself, even though the tournament did have video coverage, making it one of the most iconic pieces of lost media in Magic. As a result of the riot, and probably because the rule was pretty unnecessary and a bit absurd to begin with, when the 6th edition rule changes came out a couple of years later, Wizards dropped the "you gotta tap your lands before casting your spells" rule. Today, you play your cards and tap your lands in whatever order you want. Number 2. The meaning of combat. Let's say you're playing a game of Magic and you say, go to combat. What are you expecting to happen? What phase are you expecting to end up in? If you answered the phase name beginning of combat, you would be very wrong. Well, at least you would have been wrong if you were playing competitive Magic 5 years ago, which is something Caesar Segovia learned the hard way. Well, 7-0 at Pro Tour E3 Volt. Caesar was playing a Rakdos Vehicles deck. His plan was to go to the beginning of combat step, and then use Weldfast Engineer to crew of Heart of Gira, turning it into a 4/4 flying vigilant creature. So as most Magic players would, Caesar said combat, and then attempted to crew his vehicle. His opponent called the judge, who asked Caesar if he said combat, and Caesar said that yes, he did.
He declared combat, and he's trying to crew.
Okay, so is it correct you declared combat?
Yeah, I say combat.
Yeah.
Yes, and I don't. I try to.
And then you crew it.
Yes.
Okay, that's not allowed. Before you declare in combat means that you want to declare your attackers. That's how the shortcut works. If you did not crew your vehicle, our policy is that you cannot crew your vehicle after you ask for combat. If you want to do an effect before attacking, you have to announce that before mentioning combat.
Then I can do that crew.
You cannot crew, no.
And the judge explained that saying combat means he was going to the declare attack step, and it was too late to crew the vehicle. This situation was further complicated by the fact that Weldfast Engineer has an ability that triggers at the beginning of combat.
But I trigger.
Well, he missed his trigger.
No, I only say combat because it's the beginning of combat, and I don't try to trigger because
Yeah, Cesar has a good point here. So
Yeah,
the way
I
this
believe
actually
he's correct.
works is that after you end your main phase, there's a beginning of combat step where things like this trigger go on the stack. And he wanted to crew his vehicle in that. And the judge was saying that the standard shortcut is actually, when you say, I'm going to go to combat, is that you're saying, I want to go to my declare attacker step and skip over it. So Cesar's clarifying that with the judge, and we'll see how it ends up.
His point is that he has a beginning of combat trigger, and he wants to crew with that trigger, presumably still on the stack if he's going for that.
That's okay, that's not an issue. But what happens after?
So it pays to be precise at the Pro Tour, but from my understanding, Cesaro actually was handling this correctly. But we'll see how things play out.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
After calling over an additional judge, they ruled that by saying combat, Segovia had skipped right past the beginning of combat phase, even though there was an ability which should trigger there that Segovia clearly remembered. You can see it on the video coverage, and was in the declare attack phase, and the Weldfast Engineer trigger was missed. The ruling felt bad for a couple of reasons. For one, watching the match, it was pretty clear that Caesar hadn't forgotten his Wildfast engineer trigger. He just legitimately thought that saying combat would move him to the beginning of combat phase. Making it feel even worse was that English is Caesar's second language. Caesar's from Panama, and if you look at his Magic ELO page, you'll see he really had only played in a couple of tournaments before the Pro Tour, and they were all in Costa Rica. Is it really fair to expect a Spanish-speaking Costa Rican Magic player to be familiar with a counterintuitive English language shortcut?
Spanish? I can collect one. Sure.
So actually requesting a Spanish-speaking judge, which is also a very good idea.
That's a good idea,
Just
too.
making
Just
sure,
to
making
make
sure
sure.
you're communicating clearly.
Yeah.
Eventually, Segovia asked for a Spanish-speaking judge, who helped explain the situation, but the ruling itself didn't change. This led to a huge uproar in the community. Some people blamed Segovia's opponent, Thuen Nguyen, for calling the judge, saying it was rules lawyering. The vitriol from the community was intense. From Reddit to Twitter to Facebook, one of the most interesting takes came from Kai Booty, probably the greatest Magic player of all time, who talked about in how his nearly 3 decades of playing Magic, he had never heard of combat meaning declare attacks before, stating that he and everyone else he played with have said combat to go to the beginning of combat phase forever, and he couldn't find any references to combat meaning declare attacks in a Google search either. He also called out the language barrier and said he was tempted to root for Nguyen going 0-8 on the next day of the tournament for how he handled the situation. Nguyen struggled to deal with the hate, posting on Facebook that he had to leave the venue to cry between rounds and wanted to quit Magic, which was predictably met with mixed responses from the community, with some saying he did nothing wrong and encouraging him, and others thinking the post was an attempt to rehabilitate his image after the controversy. As a result of this controversy, Wizards announced a new rule for how combat will be handled. With a bunch of confusing language, it basically got rid of the if you say combat, you're in the declare attack step rule. While it sucks that such an unfair situation needed to happen on camera at a Pro Tour to bring about this rules change, the new rule ended up being even more important than anyone realized at the time. For the first 25 years of Magic, beginning of combat triggers were incredibly rare, with only a handful of mostly unplayable
It's
cards
too hot.
triggering at the beginning of combat.
Oh yeah?
But
Well,
over the past
that's
few years,
because
we've
I'm
seen them become an
turning
essential
all this
part of
sand
the
into
game,
molten
with many
glass right in front of you.
God Pharaoh's Gift,
Ugh, please
Arclight,
stop.
No.
Verticlad, Fight Rigging,
Why?
Fang, Luminarch Aspire,
Because I
and more
need it.
triggering at the
I
beginning
need
of
the
combat.
glass.
I don't even want to imagine
It's too hot.
how did the old rule, where saying combat meant declare attacks for some
Did you
reason,
ever get that
would play with
AC
current
unit
Magic
working?
design. Number 1.
I mean, it hasn't been.
Pro Tour Austin
Our
in
AC works. We haven't put it in
2009
yet. We have like
delivered
window
a
air
decent
conditioners.
for an epic quarterfinals match between the handsomest man in Magic, or I guess the handsomest man in Hearthstone now, Brian Kibler, and Evangelos Papastorakis, who I'm probably going to call Pops for the rest of the video because I know I'm going to butcher that name. Apologies, Evangelos. After falling behind 2-0 in the best-of-5 match, Kibler's Grove of the Burn Willow Zoo deck made a huge comeback against Pop's Hypergenesis brew, winning 2 games in a row to force a decisive Game 5. As the game begins, Kibler plays a couple of noble hierarchs while Pop executes his game plan, casting Demonic Dread to cascade into Hypergenesis, which allows players to put as many permanents as they wish from their hand onto the battlefield for free. Things are looking grim for Kibler, considering that the best creature in his deck is a Baneslayer Angel, while the Hypergenesis deck is full of expensive finishers to chain to play, like Bogart and Hellkite, Progenitus, Akruma Angel of Fury, Sundering Titan, and Angel of Despair. As the players begin putting permanents into play, Kibler doesn't have much to offer, just a couple of Meddling Mages, which would have been amazing a turn earlier to stop Hypergenesis, but at this point are mostly just Grizzly Bear. Pops, on the other hand, slams a 10-10 protection from everything Progenitus, followed by an Angel of Despair.
Let's see, crafting calc.
Despair, which blows up any permanent when it enters the battlefield. But this is where things get a bit weird. For some reason, Pops forgets his Angel of Despair trigger, which is a problem, because when you read Angel of Despair closely, you'll see that its ability is not a May ability. When it enters the battlefield, you must blow up a permanent. This was obviously accidental, because blowing up a permanent here is hugely beneficial for Pops, because the only tiny chance Kibler has of winning the game post-Hypergenesis is drawing a land which would allow him to play a Baneslayer Angel and try to race Progenitus with Baneslayer's lifelink. If Pops uses Angel of Despair to blow up a land or a Noble Hierarch, there is essentially 0 ways for Kibler to win the game. Kibler doesn't remind Pops about the mandatory Angel of Despair trigger. At the time, it seemed possible that both players and all of the judges somehow all missed this same very important trigger in the top 8 of a Pro Tour, but we'll come back to this in a minute. Kibler proceeds to top deck the land and slam Baneslayer Angel. The lifelink of Baneslayer Angel, alongside the 2 Exalted triggers from Noble Hierarch and a Path to Exile to get rid of the Angel of Despair, is enough for Kibler to take 10 damage a turn from the Progenitus and still win the race. A few turns later, Kibler swings for lethal with the Angel, completing one of the most improbable comebacks in Pro Tour history. Now you might think that the story ends here, a great comeback after both players managed to miss a very important trigger, but the coverage of the event on GGS Live shows a bit of banter between the players as they pick up their cards after the match.
Kibler falls back in his chair.
Afterwards, but I knew when you put the Angel. Yeah.
Wow.
And Kibler mentions that he had the Baneslayer in hand when Hypergenesis resolved, but chose not to put it into play because he knew that the Angel of Despair would just kill it and then he couldn't win, and this raised some eyebrows. Not putting Baneslayer into play with Hypergenesis is perfectly legal. You don't have to put anything into play with Hypergenesis, and that was a very good play by Kibler. But Kibler talking specifically about playing around Angel of Despair's trigger made it seem pretty unlikely that Kibler had simply forgotten about the trigger like Pops had. A few rounds later, Kibler won the Pro Tour, but not without accusations of cheating. Triggers in Magic are weird, especially mandatory triggers like Angel of Despair, which by the rules you can't miss. While the player who controls the trigger, so in this case Pops, is primarily responsible for remembering the trigger, the rule at the time was that for mandatory triggers, the opponent also shares responsibility for resolving the trigger because they need to maintain a proper game state, which means according to the rules, Kibler needed to essentially remind Pops to resolve his Angel of Despair trigger. Well, pretty much everyone agreed that both players did something wrong here. Exactly what they did wrong was up for debate. It was pretty clear that Pops should have gotten a warning for missing his own trigger, even though it was clearly accidental. Like, Pops lost this match because he forgot his trigger, so there's no way he did it on purpose. Meanwhile, opinions on what should happen to Kibler varied, with some people believing he should have just gotten a warning for failing to maintain a proper game state, since he didn't remind Pops of the trigger, while others argued that it could have been cheating or fraud, which would have given Kibler a disqualification without prizes. Either way, as a result of this missed trigger and the controversy surrounding it, Wizards changed the rules regarding triggers. While you are still responsible to remember your own triggers, and intentionally choosing to ignore one of your own triggers is straight up cheating, the rule change made it so you're no longer required to remind your opponent about a missed trigger, even if it's a mandatory trigger, and even if that trigger is beneficial for you. Basically, while Kibler's missed trigger at Pro Tour Austin was against the rules at the time, Wizards sort of determined that it was actually the way the game should be played and that he kinda did the right thing, so they changed the rules so now Kibler's play would be 100% legal. Need even more Magic? Well, check out our video about the biggest cheaters to ever play the game, or maybe the one about the best creature from every single year of the game's history.
Beer mix up. Dude, Super Glass Make is the ultimate feels good spell. This is like actually insane. It would have taken me hours and hours and hours. Okay, maybe like 3 hours to turn all this sand into glass, and I'd have to also bake these seaweed in a furnace, which it wouldn't take that long, but it would take, I don't know. I'd have to do
Longer
math.
than you'd like.
Yeah. But now, you just grab 3 seaweed, grab the glass directly, cast spell, and it turns into more glass than you doing it normally. It gives you a bonus. It's insane. I've turned 1,000 buckets into like, or it's like 1,500 buckets, and I'm gonna get like I don't know, 3,000. Not quite 3,000. Well, maybe, I don't know. And then most importantly, I've done it in like 30 minutes. I still need to blow all the glass, but still. Gives you free magic XP too, doesn't cost too much because astral runes are pretty cheap. Spending some air runes, but literally who cares? Air runes are fake, they can't even hurt me. And I only need like 5,000 total glass before I hit 75 crafting, and I can finally make that glory that I can mount in my house instead of my nice fancier glory that I cannot mount in my house. Don't get me wrong, I love that glory, but then I'll have the equipable fancy glory, and that I don't have to use for teleports, and the permanently charged, mounted on my wall glory that I will teleport everywhere and anywhere. Using it'll be glory us, you could say. And in fact, I would say that. I'll call now. And wow, 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 wow. All right, we got up to 2,800 glass. Nice. That's disgusting. I'm disgusted. Today I learned your rune pouch has a maximum stack size of the rune you can hold.
Hmm.
I have over 16,000 earth runes. And apparently it can hold exactly 16,000 earth runes and no more, not a single penny more. It will not allow it. Who knew? Okay, I could start blowing this glass. Or I could not. I'll choose not for now, because I gotta go back to mining. Gotta go to the salt mines. Not the rooftops, thankfully. Not right now. Later. Rooftops. There's no escaping rooftops forever. Man, and I getting loads of teak logs from my island. Like 800 of those so far. Not having to gather them myself. I'm feeling like this account is some mad progress lately.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna become a big boy. Big iron boy. That's what they call me. They call me Big Iron Boy.
Hmm. Not sure they call you that.
Everyone has always called me Big Iron Boy. Big Iron Boy. Yep. That's what they call me. Yes, sir. Big McIron Boy.
If the essence of the mid-1990s could be distilled into a can, it would surely be a can of Surge, the flyest drink of that bygone era. Some may remember it for its fully loaded citrusy sweetness, others for its rather deranged commercials. But, tragically, it's mostly known as the drink that left us too soon. Today we're asking, whatever happened to Surge? But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History Food channel and let us know in the comments below what other gone too soon beverages you would like to hear about next. Okay.
Oh yeah. Before you showed up today, I grinded two mining levels. I'm actually 67, so
nice.
The end is in sight. There's only 3 more to go. Mining's a lot more relaxed. I don't know why. It's like comparing this to rooftops is like. I was getting about the same XP rate, but mining feels a lot faster. But I think it's because
Grab your
I don't have to
skateboard and
click
your
as
Green Day
much.
Dookie CD, because it's time to kickflip back to 1996. In the 1990s, Coca-Cola was looking for a way to dethrone Mountain Dew as the world's most popular citrus soda for teenage boys.
This
Coke
guy
had
needs an
already
herb.
tried to
Hold
outdo
on.
the Dew decades before, when they introduced Mellow Yellow to the world in 1979. But they were doomed from the start, and no guest appearance in
Grab
Days
my
of
Torstal.
Thunder was going to fix that. Mellow Yellow just didn't have the same
Where'd he
hyperactive,
go?
grounded in middle school
He's
energy
gone.
as
Oh,
Mountain Dew,
well.
and we're willing to bet it never will. So
Sucks.
if Coke wanted to compete, they needed to develop a whole new recipe. Because
I've
this
given
was
up
the
on-
90s.
I've given up on getting stamina potions from that man. He only shows up when I'm doing things that don't allow me to hold a Torstal in my inventory all the time. Like, anytime during the super glass make session I just had, could have grabbed it. I was right next to the bank, could have grabbed Torstal from him. Right here? Nah, he says, "Fack you pie." But that's fine. I just need to get 73. Herbler anyway, I'm close enough.
It needed to be something cool and extreme, like a crocodile wearing sunglasses.
Oh man, that was so extreme!
And in 1996, they developed just the thing. They called it Mountain Dew Killer, or MDK for short. Okay, Coke, lighten up. But if Nathan Fielder's Dumb Starbucks taught us anything, you have to be a little more original than that if you want to make it in this world. Enter Urge. Coca-Cola shot across the bow of a Viking ship. Why the weird analogy? Because it was initially a Norwegian exclusive. Urge was the name of MDK's first appearance on the market. It was a hit with the citrus-loving Scandinavians, and it soon found a home in Sweden and Denmark as well. It wasn't long before Urge grew even bigger still, and in 1997, Urge set sail across the ocean blue in a bid to claim Mountain Dew's territory for itself. Already well established in America, Mountain Dew had sprung from humble Tennessee origins, where it once had a country bumpkin for a mascot and used the slogan,
"Mountain Dew will tickle your innards cause there's a bang in every bottle."
They should bring that back, because who can resist a cola-slinging bumpkin? But in 1992, PepsiCo rebranded the Dew for a cooler, more youthful audience. They introduced the slogan, "Do the Dew," and started buying up ads that featured BMX bikers and skateboarders.
That's rad.
Mountain Dew soon became synonymous with the X Games, and it wasn't long before every cool kid in town was chugging Mountain Dew while rollerblading past the local library and giving all the books the finger. By 1997, Mountain Dew held 80% of the heavy citrus soda market. If Urge wanted to compete, they'd have to go bigger, hipper, and more extreme. So, Coke renamed the project Surge and dropped $50 million on an ad campaign for Super Bowl 31. There was one problem. Surge was already an existing product on the American market. Its trademark was owned by the Babson Bros, whose Surge milker had been proudly milking cows across America since 1925. Rather than pursue a future in which America's preteens gulped down cartons of extreme milk while tearing up the blacktop on their Razor scooters, the Babson Bros filed a petition to stop Coke's Super Bowl ad campaign. They ended up settling with Coke for an undisclosed amount of money, and the Super Bowl was back on, with Surge's new ads ready to bombard C students everywhere. While Mountain Dew's advertising stuck mostly to established extreme sports, Coke knew that they'd have to step things up if they wanted to outdo the Dew. So, rather than relying on boring old snowboards and parachutes, Coke made up games all their own to show the extremes teenage boys would go just to get their grubby little hands on Surge. In one ad, a group of young men raced towards a bottle of Surge by rolling down a hill in metal barrels. In another, some hockey players beat the lime green pea out of a group of innocent snowmen, one of whom holds the coveted soft drink. And yet another features a violent foot race over a collection of living room furniture in the middle of the street, like an obstacle course made on a severely tight budget. Yeah, we really don't understand that last one either.
Makes no sense.
But nobody needed to understand it. Surge's marketing relied on the pure and utter chaos that teenagers adore. They even went as far as inventing their own words to try and make old ones more exciting. Who needs carbohydrates when you can have
carbos?
A word that seems to refer to the drink's high maltodextrin content. And within-your-face slogans like
Feed the rush
and
Life's a scream.
Coke had everything they needed to lure young millennials away from dusty old Mountain Dew and under the crisp new wing of Surge. Unfortunately for Coke, they might have taken things a bit too far. Surge's marketing campaign broadcast into households across America images of geared-up teens wreaking havoc. But by trying to make Surge seem more extreme than Mountain Dew, Coke may have pushed the envelope of what was socially acceptable.
Whoops.
The message to parents was clear. Drinking Mountain Dew will make your kid pick up a skateboard and memorize every level of Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Drinking Surge, though, that'll make your kid go nuts. Reports started coming in from schools across the nation. Kids were drinking Surge at school, and they were acting like little maniacs because of it. Although, whether the kids were acting out because of the actual contents of the drink, or were merely imitating Surge's dystopian extreme marketing campaign, is unclear. But nuance can't hold a candle to hordes of angry parents. As far as they were concerned, Surge was making their kids crazy, and it had to go. Soon campaigns took off in school districts all over the country to have Surge removed from school vending machines, even though Mountain Dew was allowed to stay. Some schools even banned kids from bringing Surge onto the grounds, like it was a handle of scotch rather than a can of corn syrup and water. Any attempt to bring the black market product into the classroom would result in swift disciplinary action. But what these parents and administrators didn't seem to realize, or didn't seem to care, was that Mountain Dew actually had more caffeine in it than Surge by 4 whole milligrams. Like their kids, they had fallen for Surge's chaotic marketing, and they went after Surge regardless of the facts. In spite of the backlash, or maybe because of it, Surge had strong initial sales. In 1997, Coke sold 69 million cases of Surge, a far cry away from Mountain Dew's 605 million cases. But a good surge towards building Surge's brand into a true Dew competitor. They soon dropped Mountain Dew's market share down to 66% from its previous 80%. Sergio Zyman, Coca-Cola's chief marketing officer, and a man whose name matched the bodaciousness of Surge, was the man behind this initial success. Believed by many in his time to be a maverick of the advertising world, he had repeatedly bucked convention and had successfully rebranded Coke's products for a new generation. Wait, I thought that was a Pepsi slogan. Even though Zyman was responsible for the notorious failure of New Coke, hey, they can't all be home runs. His image in the industry remained that of the rebel through to the end. A year after Surge's launch, though, Zyman resigned from Coca-Cola for disputed reasons, because the guy behind Surge was never going to go quietly. Unfortunately, the vacuum he left behind left Surge in the lurch. Zyman was replaced by Charles S. Frenette, a man eager to return Coke to the pre-Zyman era of Coca-Cola marketing, and he didn't seem to know how to handle the youth-centered market to which Surge had tethered its brand. In 1998, under Frenette's leadership, Surge's year-over-year sales dropped by almost 25%. That is decidedly not radical. Coke sold under 52 million cases of Surge that year, over 17 million fewer cases than in 1997. All the while, Mountain Dew's sales only increased. Just 1 year later, Surge's sales numbers weren't even half of what they were in 1998. Frenette, for his part, tried to reduce the product's negative stigma with parents, but the effort was futile. Surge would never recover. Finally, in 2003, Coca-Cola discontinued the product altogether, making Surge just another name in the ranks of fallen soft drinks, like 7-Up Gold or that Pepsi Blue bullshit. Almost a decade after Surge's untimely demise, Coca-Cola tried yet again to make Mellow Yellow hip to a new generation. They fell back onto their 1990 idea of tying the product to the high-speed antics of Days of Thunder. And in 2010, Coca-Cola launched a new ad campaign that paired Mellow Yellow with America's favorite pastime, drag racing. They partnered with the National Hot Rod Association and gave away free cans of Mellow Yellow to adoring racing fans across the nation. Even though there isn't much we wouldn't do for a free can of soda, the campaign failed to make a dent in Mountain Dew's sales. And Coca-Cola has since gone back to the drawing board. But whatever happened to Surge? Could it appear on the horizon like Gandalf and restore Coke's Mountain Dew killer? In the years since Surge vanished from the market, multiple communities have popped up across the internet to put pressure on Coke to bring the product back. From SaveSurge.org to the Surge movement, people have digitally shown up by the thousands to show their support for the discontinued soft drink. In fact, the Surge movement was so successful in garnering support that they managed to raise the $4,000 needed to buy a billboard outside of Coca-Cola's Atlanta headquarters. It read, "Dear Coke, we couldn't buy Surge, so we bought this billboard instead. Maybe could have invested in something with a better chance of return, like pop figures or a savings account." But the higher-ups at Coke saw this message, and they responded. More than 10 years after Surge was discontinued, Coke gave it a second shot. In 2014, the company announced that due to pressure from online communities, Surge was once more coming back onto the market. The announcement, made over Facebook, got over 3,000 likes and 700 comments. There was joy in the digital streets as ticker tape rained down on imaginary digital cities. Coca-Cola arranged to sell the soda exclusively through Amazon. For a mere $14, anyone could buy 12 16-ounce cans of Surge from Papa Bezos himself, and no parents or school administrators would be around this time to stop them. The anticipation was so great that the initial stock of Surge sold out in just 2 hours. Coke refilled the stock, and it sold out again that same day. But the resurgence was short-lived. It wasn't long before the product disappeared again. For the next few years, Surge scalpers took advantage of its absence, selling the product for jacked-up prices as rumors swirled of its official return. But in 2018, Surge reappeared once more in the most royal of places. Through an exclusive deal with Burger King, Surge briefly rented a room in Coke's freestyle soda machines across America. What's more, Burger King even gave the drink its own limited-time slushie. It's good to be king. All good things must come to an end, though, and Surge seems to have wandered off and disappeared once again. But for those of you who can't wait for Surge to show back up, there's hope. Remember Urge, the Norwegian predecessor to Surge? It never went off the market, and is still just one quick cruise line away from being yours. While it trades Surge's toxic green look for a muddy brown color, and according to some the recipes aren't quite identical, Urge may just be the only hope for getting your Surge fix anytime soon. So until Coke decides to bring our favorite can of Shrek blood back, you'll just have to feel the urge. The urge to Surge. So what do you think? Surge or Mountain Dew? Or hell, even Squirt? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other weird history. Whether you make it fresh or from a box, and whether you know it or these packs came with a burger, fries, and a soft drink. And it was cheaper to buy them than it was to purchase each item individually. Just 2 years later, McDonald's introduced the world to supersizing. Yeah, that's supersizing, which heaved even bigger portions onto customers' trays for just a few cents extra. But as the years went on, Mickey D's became less innovative. More chains rose to compete in the fast food marketplace, and all of them wanted a piece of the clown, the tastiest piece. Hey, several members of the McDonaldland cast are edible. Ronald could just be a big French fry in face paint. McDonald's had to fend off competing bargains like Burger King's $1 Whopper and the $59.79.99 deal from Taco Bell. By the turn of the millennium, McDonald's was getting so thoroughly rinsed by rival chains that its stock price dropped 39% in just 1 year. McDonald's had to adapt if it wanted to keep slinging burgers. In other words, it was time for the dollar menu. In an effort to save their struggling corporation, McDonald's launched its internal Plan to Win strategy. Presumably after they realized their Plan to Do Nothing strategy wasn't working. Part of this exciting new Plan to Win was the creation of their very own value meal in 2002. They called it the Dollar Menu. For just $1 a pop, customers could enjoy the delectable McChicken sandwich, the ever-so-tasty McValue fries, or even the fruit and yogurt parfait, which is really just a pie in a cup. The hope was that customers would be lured in by the cheap and delicious dollar menu, and then buy more expensive items to add to their order. So sure, the ice cream sundae's only $1, but pair that with a couple of Big Macs and a 10-piece Chicken McNugget, and you've spent over half your paycheck before the weekend's even over. And McDonald's makes a tidy profit. But those results never materialized. The dollar menu actually encouraged people to spend less money. Within the first month of the dollar menu's debut, the average customer was spending 3 cents less per visit than before. And when you're only making a few bucks on every order, those cents add up. It wasn't long before some locations started bleeding cash, like Hamburglar was shaking them down for protection money. The biggest dollar menu offender was the double cheeseburger, which many franchise owners complained was set at an unsustainable price. They felt no one would spend $4 on a Big Mac when they could get a perfectly delicious alternative for a quarter of the price. Customers would come in and order tap water and a couple of double cheeseburgers from the dollar menu. And depending on the local labor and costs, the franchise location might actually lose money on the transaction. Nobody wants to lose money on a McDonald's. That's no fun. Some rebel franchise owners fought against the tasty tyranny of the dollar menu by raising the price of the double cheeseburger at their own locations without getting corporate approval. Some raised the price to $1.19 or to $1.39. And many Manhattan locations never sold the double cheeseburger for less than $2. Due to franchising agreements, they were all well within their rights to do so. Individual locations could charge whatever they wanted for their burgers, even if it meant falling out of line with McDonald's national marketing campaign. As the years passed and McDonald's held strong to the dollar double cheeseburger for nearly a decade, the company had to reassure its franchise owners that a more sustainable business model was on the way. The only problem was they needed to come up with one first. But by naming their low-price menu a dollar menu rather than a value menu like many of their competitors, McDonald's had backed itself into a corner. Everything had to be priced at $1, or the name no longer made sense. It would be like Dollar General, which doesn't actually limit its prices to $1, but does keep every location as filthy and dimly lit as possible to make customers feel like they're spending the bare minimum. In order to change their business model, the dollar menu would have to be buried in the same shallow grave as Mayor McCheese, and something entirely new would have to rise from its ashes. According to McDonald's, a whole quarter of its customers had become value menu loyalists.
Hashtag $1 fries.
And the company felt at risk going under if it lost that base. The dollar menu had to evolve. And in 2013, it came to be known as the Dollar Menu and More. That sneaky little and more allowed Mickey D's to keep the dollar menu name while increasing the price of several items, including the McChicken and that dastardly double cheeseburger that started all this trouble in the first place. While no cities burned to the ground, that we know of, the effects of this change were cataclysmic for the Golden Arches. Loyal customers had been spoiled by the menu's previous $1 price tag, and no one wanted to pay double what they were used to for the same product. You can't dump a shamrock shake on people's heads and tell them it's raining. As a result, the dollar menu and more idea lasted as long as onion nuggets. It was quickly dropped and replaced by a new, temporary promotion, the McPick 2. Many menu items went back to costing just $1. The catch was, in order to take advantage of the promotion, customers were locked into buying 2 items, hence the McPick 2. But once again, franchise owners complained that they were losing money. One even described it as the most devastating promotion to operator cash flow in the past 10 years. Considering McDonald's has tried to force hot dogs and spaghetti onto the menu over the years, this was pretty damning criticism. Even so, that didn't stop competing fast food chains from creating...
I found Ray Waifu.
Who do you think his waifu is?
Similar promotions.
It's Ray from
For instance,
Evangelion.
Wendy's debuted their own 4 for
They
$4
look like
deal,
Ray.
which doubled the
And
price
hot
of
pants.
McDonald's deal.
I don't believe you. How could that possibly be?
Make that trade any day of the week. Burger King, in turn, upped its coupon game.
How was
and
I
dropped
supposed
the
to
price of
know?
their 10-piece chicken nuggets to just $1.49.
So where do you find hot pants in
Fast
RuneScape?
food lovers across the nation
I
rejoiced.
don't know.
Their mouths full of thrifty cheeseburgers, because all
Maybe
this
that's a
competition
default
once more
option.
brought prices down
Sure.
to new lows. But even so, the McPick 2 proved to be just as big an albatross as the $1 double cheeseburger, and McDonald's quietly retired the promotion. When it did eventually come back, it was reimagined as the McPick 2 for $5. Take that, Wendy's. The increased price allowed big-ticket items like the Big Mac and the 10-piece McNugget to be included in the promotion. But at that point, you're basically just ordering from the regular menu, and the promotion didn't catch on. In 2017, the dollar menu entered the modern era. With the days of a true dollar menu far behind it, McDonald's decided to pelt a dead horse with deliciously affordable menu offerings when they introduced the $1, $2, $3 dollar menu. At many restaurants, this is just called the menu. The unusual concept was mocked by Taco Bell, who took the opportunity to proudly showcase their value menu of 20 items that actually cost only $1. The only math you should have to do at the drive-thru is figuring out how many extra burgers to order in case you get stuck in traffic. But as sweatily named as it may have been, this latest iteration of the McDonald's dollar menu was a hit, and its detractors were quickly forced to eat their words, and some 5-piece McNuggets. Their U.S. sales were up 2.9% in the first 3 months of the new menu's existence. The addition of 2 extra price points to the classic dollar menu gave McDonald's the wiggle room it needed to make sure it made a profit, and sales went up nearly 3% in the first 3 months. Today, roughly half a decade since its debut, the $1, $2, $3 dollar menu has outlasted every other McDonald's value menu. They broke the McMold with that one. The $1, $2, $3 dollar menu is proving a comeback is not impossible. Just ask the McRib. So what do you think? What's your go-to value menu order?
Today we're exploring the evolution and power creep of creatures in Magic the Gathering, from afterthoughts during the earliest years of the game to the absurd snowball threats we see today by looking at the best creature during every year of the game's history. 1993, Birds of Paradise from Alpha. In the early years of Magic, spells were way more powerful than creatures, which makes choosing the best creature from this era kinda tricky. By modern standards, even the most powerful creatures from the early 90s just don't look very good. Very few creatures from the first year of Magic still see play today, and the best and most important of these cards is definitely Birds of Paradise, which was great back in 1993 when players quickly learned you gotta bolt the birds before it starts making mana, and it's considered to be so strong today that Wizards won't reprint it in standard sets. This said, both Urnum and Juzum Jin deserve.
When are you gonna like actually dig a hole in that dirt?
No, I'm just digging the white stuff out. So you move to the next. The white stuff's the good stuff. Give me that white.
Where does that come from?
That white gold. I don't know. Dude, the mountain bleeds it.
I'm not sure it's bleeding.
Blood of the old gods.
You're telling me you keep inserting that pick into the earth until the white stuff comes out?
Yes. Yeah, the white stuff is stored in the earth. But when it enters your inventory, it turns gray and brown. So, explain that one.
I can't.
Me neither. You take the stuff out of its sack. Can't get enough pay dirt. I mean, gold nuggets.
Honorable mentions is the best mid-range threats and finishers of their time. While both cards look pretty underpowered today as 4-drops with okay stats but big drawbacks, back in 1993, Urnum Jin was basically the questing beast of its era, and Juzum Jin was kinda Sheoldred, cards that were just really far above the curve compared to the other creatures of their time. Need a Birds of Paradise of your own? Well, you can snag one from our awesome sponsor Card Kingdom over at cardkingdom.com/mtggoldfish. 1994, Ornithopter from Antiquities. 1994 was another rough year for creatures. While Legends
How did
brought
you
with
like
it
that image I found about Tears of the Kingdom? Definitely going to happen in there on Twitter.
Do not.
But Fuse.
iconic Elder Dragon cycle, which deserves mention for being instrumental in the founding of the EDH Commander format decades
Do
later.
not fuse that.
Very playable at the time. If it was up to me, I'd
Do not draw pictures of that being fused.
Really the beard plus the X and the skulls. You could also
Do not consider it.
Deep Shadow, but we're not just making a list of mana dorks. But there's one creature from 1994 that has truly stood the test of time, and it happens to cost 0 mana and have 0 power, and that's Ornithopter. The 0-drop still sees play today in various affinity-style artifact decks, and costing 0 mana makes it a support piece for some janky combos. 1995 Spectral Bears from Homelands. Our 1995 creature, Spectral Bears, shows just how far creatures have come in the past 30 years. Back in 1995, a 2-mana 3/3 that probably won't untap the turn after you attack with it was a legit tournament staple, showing up in a bunch of Pro Tour top 8 lists. It was basically the werewolf pack leader of its era, except literal werewolf pack leader, which has the same stats, color, and mana value, lets you draw an extra card each turn, and turns itself into a 5/3 trampler. But back in its day, Spectral Bears was actually a pretty legit threat. 1996, Belduvian Horde from Alliances. Another example of just how bad creatures used to be, Belduvian Horde, a 5/5 for 4 mana that makes you discard a card when it enters the battlefield, or you have to sacrifice it, was considered to be a pretty jaw-dropping creature. 4-drops just weren't that big, which made the downside more than worth enduring, and Belduvian Horde into a legit tournament staple. Today, though, A 4-mana 5/5 is probably a random uncommon like Sundering Shaman, which even has multiple upsides built in. 1997, Necrotol in Mana War from Visions. 1997s is where we see Wizards starting to embrace a design philosophy that would turn creatures from
Use power
underpowered
will only work on
laughingstocks in the
inanimate
mid-90s
objects.
to the powerhouses they are today, which is making creatures with enter the battlefield ability.
I suppose. You just have to kill them first.
No.
Also,
Do
so you
not.
finished all the DLC?
That sort of make them play like
All
spells.
of the Champion's Ballad.
Necrotol was essentially a terror, but with a body, while Mana War gave players an unsummoned
Not the Trial of the Sword or
Wasn't
there another one? Maybe that was just another part of Trial of the Sword. But
I think it's Trial of the Sword, all those random quests, and Champion's Ballad.
1998 Morphling from Urza's Saga. Not only is Morphling the best creature of 1998, but when it was printed, the 5-mana 3/3 was widely considered to be the best creature of all time. While this is partly because of a weird old rule that put damage on the stack, allowing Morphling's activated abilities to do some silly things, the combination of evasion, pumping, and self-protection made Morphling into an almost unkillable game-ending threat, and the fact that it was so hard to kill also led to it gaining the nickname of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. The infant of Krypton is now the man of steel. Superman!
1999 Masticore from Urza's Destiny. As we reach the end of the 1990s, creatures have improved enough that we actually have some difficult decisions to make. Goblin Welder and Academy Rector both see play to this day as ways to cheat massive artifacts and enchantments into play. Deranged Hermit's ability to flood the board with tokens was unprecedented and allowed it to join Phyrexian Plaguelord in a deck called The Rock and His Millions.
The Rock came out to surprise the millions of the Rock's fans.
Which is responsible for green-black mid-range decks being called the Rock today. Rathalos and Metalworker's abilities to make tons of mana have seen them banned in various formats, but if we're judging creatures based on their impact at the time, the right choice for 1999 is very clearly Masticore, which was played in everything from control to aggro and combo, because a 4-mana 4/4, with some upsides and some downsides, was just super far above the curve for its era. The 4-drop is also responsible for launching one of the most absurd runs we've ever seen from a professional Magic player, bringing Kai Booty to his first finish in Worlds of 1999, where he took home first place with a Masticore Wildfires deck. Over the next 4 years, Kai would go on to finish first 7 more times at Pro Tours or Worlds, a run that has never been matched and likely never will be. 2000, Lin Civi Defiant Hero from Nemesis. Back in 2000, the Legend rule was a bit different than it is today. Once a legendary creature was on the battlefield, neither player could play another copy until the first one left the battlefield, and this rule helped Lin Civi Defiant Hero become the best and perhaps the most hated creature of the year. Lin Civi's ability to tutor any rebel you needed from your deck, and even recur rebels from your graveyard once they died, made rebels an extremely popular deck, which led to a lot of rebel mirror matches, which were mostly determined by who played the first copy of Lin Civi, which would lock their opponent out of playing their copy of Lin Civi. This eventually led to Lin Civi being banned and block constructed, although this wasn't enough to stop the Rebel, which proceeded to win this standard Pro Tour Chicago at the hands of Kai Booty, who took home first place by winning yet another Lin Civi Rebels mirror match. 2001 Psychotog from Odyssey. This is a tough one because we have 3 creatures from 2001 that have really strong arguments to be Creature of the Year. First, we have Flame Tongue Kavu, which was basically an upgraded Necrotol. Sure, it might not always kill the biggest creature on the battlefield, but it made up for this by having an aggressively costed 4/2 body. The 2-for-1 on a stick saw heavy constructed play and is considered to be one of the best limited creatures of all time. Second, we have Spirit Monger, another piece of the infamous The Rock and His Millions deck. Today, the beast looks a little bit quaint compared to cards like Elder Gargaroth, but in 2001, a 5-mana 6/6 that could grow itself and regenerate was incredibly far above the curve. But the winner here has to be Psychotog, which despite its small stats, was one of the premier control finishers of its time, where it was often played alongside Upheaval, which would allow you to float mana, bounce all the permanents on the battlefield, and then play Psychotog with your floating mana, so you could untap and one-shot your opponent the next next turn by discarding cards from your hand and exiling them from the graveyard to turn the 1/2 into a lethal threat. 2002 Goblin Piledriver from Onslaught. While you can argue for Exalted Angel, which was essentially the original Baneslayer Angel with some sweet Astral Slide Blink shenanigans as a bonus, or maybe the Uncommon Cycle featuring Anger and Brawn and Filth, which have gotten new life in Commander recently, or Madness threats like Arrogant Worm and Basking Root Wallow, which saw heavy play in various formats, but in reality, 2002 was the year of the Goblins, with the Tribe being a dominant deck in various formats, thanks to getting heavy support in Onslaught. Goblin Piledriver's ability to grow massive when it attacks with a board full of Goblin friends, and to swing past blue creatures thanks to its protection, made it a key 2-drop in every Goblin deck of its era, and helps it show up in formats like Modern and Historic today. If you want to argue for Goblin Sharpshooter, and that's maybe even better, I'm willing to listen, but it's hard to beat the raw stats that Piledriver offers to a Goblin's deck. 2003 Platinum Angel.
What?
'Weather for the week.
2003 offers a ton of strong options.
Just be
Goblin
unbearably
Witch,
hot or what?
Chroma Angel of Wrath, Solemn Simulacrum, Troll Ascetic, Seedboard Muse, and some of these cards saw even more standard play than Platinum Angel. But in reality, there aren't many simpler or more iconic lines of text in Magic's history than "you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game." Toss in the Magic folklore of the story of the standoff in Honolulu, and the fact that Platinum Angel did see some tournament play alongside cards like Cloudpost and Tooth and Nail and Tinker, and it's an easy choice for best creature of the year. 2004 Arcbound Ravager from Darksteel. This is where things start to get really hard. Unlike the early years of Magic, by 2004 each year is filled with powerful iconic creatures. Timmy's would probably stand for Darksteel Colossus and its jaw-dropping stats. Johnny's might argue for Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker, which combos with pretty much everything. Spikes would point to Arcbound Ravager, which alongside the affinity mechanic almost killed Magic before it was banned in Standard, and still powers up one-shot kills in hardened scales in Modern today, thanks to its ability to turn a bunch of random artifacts into +1/+1 counters, while the more casual crowd would probably call for Commander Icon Eternal Witness. But remember, we're trying to rank cards based on how good they were when they were printed, back during their own era, not how good they are today. If our goal was to pick the card printed in 2004 that is best in 2022, it would almost certainly be Eternal Witness, thanks to the amount of plays it sees in Commander. But back in 2004, nothing, and I mean nothing, could top Arcbound Ravager. 2005 Watchwolf from Ravnica. Through the eyes of 2022, Watchwolf looks like the kind of card that might fill out the back end of your draft deck if you happen to be in green and white. But in 2005, Watchwolf was earth-shattering. Remember our 1995 card Spectral Bears, the 2-mana 3/3 that probably only untapped every other turn? Well, a decade later, Wizards printed Watchwolf, a Spectral Bears with no downside, and at the time, it was considered to be one of the biggest examples of creature power creep ever. It was one of those cards that actually made people say, I can't believe Wizards would print this, what are they thinking? Little did those 2005 players know that 15 years later, our 2-mana 3 3/3s would draw us extra cards each turn and maybe grow themselves into 5/3 trampling threats. Honorable mention to Dark Confidant, which many people consider to be bad during Ravnica's spoiler season, only for it to become one of the best constructed cards of the next decade before finally being pushed to the sidelines by Modern Horizons 2 power creep in recent years. 2006 Protein Hulk from Dissension. Protein Hulk, with the help from a card called Flash, did something that very few cards can claim. It broke Legacy, one of the most powerful formats in all of Magic. The idea was to use Flash to cheat a Protein Hulk into play, maybe as early as turn 1, and when you put the Hulk into play, it would die because of Flash's ability and let you tutor up 6 mana value worth of creatures from your library. You might think getting 6 mana value worth of creatures on turn 1 is already pretty busted, but it was even worse than that because there's combos you can tutor up with Protein Hulk. Back in the day, the idea was you'd grab a Karmic Guide and a Carrion Feeder, and the Karmic Guide could reanimate the Protein Hulk, and then you sack the Protein Hulk to the Carrion Feeder to get a Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker, and then with Kiki Jiki and Karmic Guide and Carrion Feeder as a sack outlet, you could use Kiki Jiki to make infinite hasty flying 2/2 Karmic Guides to win the game, all probably on turn 1. As a result, the combo was emergency banned, and while Protein Hulk has never done anything quite as degenerate since, it still does occasionally show up as a combo piece in Modern or CDH. 2007, Tarmogoyf from Future Sight. Well, Tarmogoyf may no longer be what it once was during its prime, thanks to more recent power creep. Casually being a 2-mana 5/6 or 6/7 or even 7/8 was enough to make the Lorgoyf one of the best creatures in all of Magic, from Standard all the way back to Vintage for nearly a decade. And even now in 2022, its raw stats still keep it relevant in Modern, Legacy, and Vintage, even if it's no longer quite in the GOAT creature conversation. 2008 Vendilion Click from Morning Tide. Well, there's probably an argument for Figure of Destiny, which is responsible for the level up mechanic and an entire run of similar 1-drops that can power themselves up throughout the game, with the most recent being a Valve Sleeper. In terms of pure power and playability, no creature from 2008 tops Vendilion Click. A 3/1 flyer with Flash is already pretty solid, and when you add in its Enters the Battlefield trigger that's essentially the blue version of Thoughtseize, you have one of the best tempo and control creatures of all time. Immediately upon being printed, Vendilion Click became a key piece in the best standard deck of its era, Blue-Black Fairies, and it quickly made its way into formats like Legacy and Modern. 2009, Baneslayer Angel from Core Set 2010. Before Core Set 2010, which released in July of 2009 because Magic's numbering system is kinda weird, Core Sets were all reprints, but this changed in M10, which not only had brand new cards for the first time, but was headlined by a mythic angel that was widely considered to be the strongest creature ever printed when it first showed up on the scene, Baneslayer Angel. Its stats and abilities were simply stunning as a 5/5 for 5 with flying, first strike, lifelink, and some flavorful protections. This made Baneslayer an instant staple in everything from control to mid-range and even some big aggro decks. As a result, its price spiked over $50, earning it the nickname the Wallet Slayer. In a sign of how much Magic changed, when Baneslayer returned a decade later in Core Set 2021, it was actually essentially a bulk mythic, costing less than $2, and mostly went unplayed in Standard, but in 2009, Baneslayer was a sight to behold. 2010, Emrakul the Eon's Torn from Rise of the Eldrazi. Yes, Emrakul the Eon's Torn costs 15 mana, which makes it difficult for most decks to play, but assuming you can find a way to get on the battlefield, it is, bar none, the most powerful creature in all of Magic. Your opponents can't counter it, and they mostly can't kill it thanks to its protection from colored spells, which is already pretty scary on a 15/15 flyer, which can win the game in just 2 attacks. But when you add in that it also gives you an extra turn when you cast it, and it makes your opponent sacrifice 6 permanents when it attacks, it is as close as any Magic the Gathering creature has ever been to being truly unbeatable. 2011, Snapcaster Mage from Innistrad. There might be an argument for Blightsteel Colossus, which is the scariest artifact creature of all time, and the only creature in Magic that can kill your opponent in 1 attack, even if they have infinite life, or maybe the Praetors like Elish Norn and Sheoldred, which are fan favorites in Commander and certainly have strong abilities, but the only real choice for 2011 is Taigo Chen's long-awaited invitational card, Snapcaster Mage. The ability to reuse any spell from your graveyard is incredibly powerful, and doubly so when it comes attached to a body, which can be blinked or reanimated. Almost as soon as it released, Snapcaster Mage became a staple in every constructed format, being a key piece in the busted Delver of Secrets deck in Innistrad Standard, along with flashing back spells in various control and tempo decks, all the way back to Vintage and Legacy. 2012, Grizzlebrand from Avacyn Restored. 2012 was a tough year to pick just one creature from. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, deserves a mention for keeping white weenie decks relevant almost by herself. Crater of Behemoth is one of the best ways to finish a game of Commander, and it did see play in Standard in the goofily named Hoof, there it is deck. Deathrite Shaman is banned in various formats and probably the best mana dork of all time, but since we can only pick one creature, it's gotta be Grizzlebrand. Much like 2010's Emrakul the Eon's Torn, Grizzlebrand's high mana cost means most decks can't play it, but if you have a way to cheat Grizzlebrand into play, like a show and tell or some reanimation, it is one of the strongest cards in all of Magic, thanks to its ability to immediately draw you 7 or 14 cards, while also having this huge life-linking flying body. Its ability to draw a ton of cards is interesting because it makes it a combo piece in some decks, as well as just being a strong standalone reanimation target. One of my personal rules for cube drafting is if you ever see a Grizzlebrand, you just take it and then figure out a way to sneak it into play, because if you do, you are very, very likely to win the game. It's that good. 2013, True Name Nemesis from Commander 2013. If we limit our picks to only cards that were printed in Premier sets, Pelucranos World Eater would probably be the choice for 2013 as a 4-mana 5/5 that could monstrously wrath away your opponent's board, and created a pretty iconic meme in the Magic community, where whenever a new creature was spoiled, people would say that it might see play once Pelucranos rotated. But if we consider all creatures from 2013, the winner is True Name Nemesis, and it's not especially close. True Name Nemesis came to us from a Commander precon deck, which makes a lot of sense. In a 4-player game like Commander, gaining protection from a single player isn't really that strong, because someone else can always kill your True Name Nemesis, but in a 1v1 format like Legacy or Vintage, True Name Nemesis's protection from an opponent ability essentially turns it into a mini Progenitus, except it's actually way better than that, because you can still target it and load it up with equipment or auras. So as soon as True Name Nemesis released, it became a top creature in Legacy, which caused its price to spike so much that you could buy the Mindseas Commander precon it came in and immediately flip it for a huge profit, which ended up causing problems and shortages of the Commander precon, because whenever anyone saw a copy at a big box store or their LGS, they would just buy it even if they didn't want it, just so they could flip it. Eventually Wizard printed more copies and the price normalized, but True Name Nemesis continued to have a major impact on formats where it was legal.
The sack
2014, Eidolon of the Great Revel from Journey into Nyx. The easy choice here is Siege Rhino, which dominated its standard
6
format,
more
was the
pater.
focus of some of the most well-known pieces of Magic content ever, and launched 1,000 memes into the multiverse. But the easy choice isn't always the right choice. Plus, when we talked about the most important cards in Magic's history a few months ago, Siege Rhino was our 2014 selection, which makes me want to go another direction today. Thankfully, there's another 2014 creature that is probably even better than Siege Rhino, as much as it pains me to say it, and that's Eidolon of the Great Revels. While a 2-mana 2/2 might not look like much, especially since its ability will damage you along with your opponent as cheap spells are cast, Eidolon is one of the best cards ever in burn-style aggro decks, since these decks don't mind taking some damage from their own cards as long as their opponent's life total is dropping towards 0, and it's also a great sideboard hate card to fight against Storm-style combo decks looking to chain together a bunch of cheap spells in the same turn. This has made Eidolon into a staple from Standard all the way back to formats like Legacy, and it still sees a ton of play today. 2015, Jace Vryn's Prodigy from Magic Origins. Planeswalkers are the most powerful card type in Magic, so being a creature that can turn into a Planeswalker gives Jace and the rest of the Magic Origin Flipwalkers a leg up over the competition in 2015. While there was some debate over the power of Jace when it was first released, since its creature side is basically a legendary Merfolk looter, a fine card but not the kind of card you'd expect to find on a list of the best creatures of all time, the power of its Planeswalker side quickly made it into one of the best cards in Standard, which in turn caused its price to shoot up to around $100, making Jace Vryn's Prodigy one of the most expensive Standard legal cards in the game's entire history. 2016, Thought-Knot Seer from Oath of the Gatewatch. Traditionally, Eldrazi were powerful but super expensive creatures. Take, for example, Emrakul the Promised Dead, which deserves to be mentioned as a runner-up for 2016, thanks to the ability to Mindslaver your opponent with a huge, massive, evasive body, which quickly got it banned from Standard. But the Eldrazi are expensive but powerful thing changed with Oath of the Gatewatch. In Oath of the Gatewatch, Eldrazi remain powerful, but they got way cheaper with cards like Thought-Knot Seer, a 4-mana 4/4 with an ETB ability that's super similar to 2008 Vendilion clicks, allowing you to strip the best card from your opponent's hand, and you'd only give a card back once the Thought-Knot Seer died. The power of Thought-Knot Seer in the other new, cheaper Eldrazi, combined with Eldrazi Temple and Eye of Ugin's fast mana to make for one of the best decks in the history of the Modern format, harkening in the infamous Eldrazi winner, where the tribe dominated the game to such an absurd extent that Wizards eventually had to ban Eye of Ugin to power down Thought-Knot Seer and the rest of its Eldrazi friends. 2017 Walking Ballista from Aether Refill. In a year dominated by massive indestructible gods from Amonkhet and huge dinosaurs from Ixalan, it's actually kind of funny that the best creature was a 0-mana artifact, Kaladesh's Walking Ballista. Walking Ballista's double X mana cost offers a ton of flexibility, and its ability to remove +1/+1 counters from itself to deal damage to things makes it fine removal against decks with smaller creatures, but the real power of Walking Ballista is as a combo piece. There's really two kinds of combos that take advantage of the card. One is decks that can make infinite mana. If you make infinite mana, you can put infinite counters on Walking Ballista and hit your opponent for infinite damage. The other is decks that can put a ton of +1/+1 counters on a creature, like Modern Hardened Scales, or even more problematically, the Heliod deck in Pioneer, where Walking Ballista comboing with Heliod Suncrown was so powerful, it actually ended up getting banned from the format. 2018 Arclight Phoenix from Guilds of Ravnica. Maybe the most notable part of 2018 is 2018 was a year where Wizards printed a 5-mana 10/10 in Giganosaurus, and that's not our best creature of the year. Actually, Giganosaurus wasn't even a very good creature. In Modern Magic, just having a ton of stats isn't enough anymore, which sadly crosses off our list of contenders as well. As opposed to a 5-mana 10/10, the right choice for 2018 might be the creature that made all those big threats unplayable, Ravenous Chupacabra, which is basically a new and improved updated version of 1995's Necrotal, although an even better choice, and the winner for 2018, is Arclight Phoenix, whose ability to come back from the graveyard for free when you cast 3 spells in a turn as a hasty 3/2 flyer made it a staple from Standard all the way back to Legacy, and we still see it having a huge impact on formats like Historic, Modern, and Pioneer today. 2019 Questing Beast from Throne of Eldraine. You know that quote from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
We were somewhere around Barstow, on the edge of the desert, when the drugs began to take hold.
Well, it was somewhere around 2019, at the edge of Throne of Eldraine, where the power creep really began to take hold in Magic. There are a nearly infinite number of super push creatures that we could choose from 2019, ranging from efficient adventure threats like Bone Crusher Giant, Lovestruck Priest, and Brazen Borrower, to some busted commanders like Corvald and Chulane and Golos, to finishers like Agent of Treachery, and this doesn't even consider the first Modern Horizon set, which released in 2019 with things like Urza and Yawgmoth and Seasoned Pyromancer, and of course Hogak. But even in this sea of brokenness, one card stands out for the sheer absurdity of its text box, and that card is Questing Beast. I don't even know where to start with Questing Beast. It's a 4-mana 4/4 legendary creature, but it also has Vigilance and Death Touch and Haste, which is already pretty bonkers. But then you keep reading, and it just keeps getting better. It also has a form of evasion. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. And then the next paragraph describes how it keeps damage from creatures from being prevented. And if you haven't fallen asleep reading your card by this point, you'll get down to the bottom and find that if you actually manage to damage damage your opponent with a questing beast, you can also throw that much damage at a planeswalker. Think back on our list to 1995 and compare Belduvian Horde to questing beast. In 1995, the literal best creature in Magic was a 4-mana 5/5 that made you discard a card when it entered the battlefield or you'd have to sack it. By 2019, this drawback had been replaced by 3 keywords, 3 abilities, and essentially a short novel's worth of text. And again, remember, there's like 10 other creatures from 2019 that you can reasonably argue are as good as questing bees. What a time to be alive. 2020, Lurrus of the Dream Den from Ikoria. Not only is Lurrus the best creature of 2020, which is quite a feat in and of itself, considering the year featured all 10 companions, Uro, Winota, and Omnath Locus of Creation, all of which were banned in Standard in at least one other format, but there's a pretty good argument that in its original form, before Wizards errata nerfed the companion mechanic, Lurrus of the Dream Den was the literal strongest card in the game's history, and that includes things like Black Lotus, Time Walk, and the rest of the power died. So why is this 3-mana 2/3 lifelinker that lets you cast a cheap permanent from your graveyard each turn so powerful? The short answer is the companion mechanic breaks 2 of the fundamental rules of Magic. Rule 1 is each player starts the game with 7 cards in hand. Rule 2 is those cards are random. With companions, like Lurrus, as long as you meet their companion restriction, you essentially get to start with that card in your opening hand, and it's not a random card, it's one of the best cards in your deck. Players quickly realized that Lurrus in specific was super busted because its restriction was play a bunch of cheap permanents, and that's something that a lot of competitive decks wanted to do anyway, so there was very little cost to meeting its companion restriction, which quickly led to Lurrus breaking essentially every format in Magic. Lurrus in specific and companions in general pretty much just ruined the game, to the point where Wizards had to take the unprecedented step of errating the entire mechanic. So now you gotta pay 3 mana to put Lurrus into your hand rather than just naturally casting it from the companion zone, and this wasn't even close to enough to fixing the problem. Over the course of the next couple of years, Lurrus was banned in literally every format outside of Standard, and this includes Vintage. And Vintage doesn't ban cards. Like the Power 9 isn't banned in Vintage, they just restrict cards so you could only play 1 copy, with the one exception being Lurrus, which was just outright banned in the format. Which I think is a pretty good sign that this card is literally one of the most busted creatures that has ever been made. 2021, Ragavan Nimblepilfer from Modern Horizons 2. Back in the earliest days of Magic, Savannah Lions, a vanilla 1-mana 2/1, was an iconic, playable, and powerful creature. While it didn't make our list for 1993, it easily could have been at least an honorable mention. Well, in 2021's Modern Horizons 2, Wizards gave us the best Savannah Lions and one of the best 1-mana creatures of all time in Ragavan Nimblepilfer, which is essentially the questing beast of 1-drops. Yes, just like Savannah Lions, it's a 1-drop that attacks for 2 damage, but as you keep reading through the card, you'll see that when it connects with an opponent, it'll make you a mana in the form of a treasure token, and also exiles the top card of your opponent's library and lets you cast it this turn. So it's a Savannah Lions that draws you a card and makes the extra mana every single turn as long as it gets in combat damage. Oh yeah, and in the late game, where it could possibly be a not great top deck, you can dash into play with haste for just 2 mana, which also lets it dodge sorcery speed removal. 2022, Sheoldred the Apocalypse from Dominaria United. Picking the best creature of the current year is kinda tough, especially since the year isn't even technically over yet. There's just no historical context to look back at. My first thought was to pick Fable the Mirrorbreaker, which does flip into a creature, although having the best creature of the year technically be an enchantment might be a little bit awkward, so at the risk of succumbing to recency bias, I'm going with Sheoldred the Apocalypse. Since the 4-drop released in Dominaria United, its combination of pretty strong stats as a 4/5 Death Touch for 4, and the life gain and life loss it offers as players draw cards, have made it the most played creature in Standard, along with letting it see heavy play in Pioneer and Modern and Legacy and Explorer, and as a popular commander, where it combos with cards like Peer into the Abyss. While Sheoldred feels busted at the moment, I think there's some good news here. Unlike cards from the last few years, Ragavan, Lurrus, Questing Beast, Sheoldred doesn't have haste, it doesn't start in our opening hand, it doesn't draw us cards, it doesn't ramp us. It's a mid-range creature that needs to sit on the battlefield for a few turns to generate value, which seems like the exact type of card we want to see be the best creature of its year, especially compared to some of the super power creepy, broken-y snowball cards we've seen recently. Still, compare Sheoldred to Balduvian Horde or Masticore and some of the GOAT creatures from the 90s, and it's pretty clear just how far creatures have come in the past 30 years. Looking for even more Magic the Gathering fun? Well, make sure... Hello everyone! Today we're gonna look at some of the biggest, baddest creatures in all of Magic by looking at the history of Magic's best reanimation targets. 1993 Sengir Vampire from Alpha. The earliest years of Magic are super weird. Alpha gave us Animate Dead, which is still considered to be one of the strongest reanimation spells of all time, even today. But in typical early Magic fashion, the creatures of the era are pretty bad. There's not a ton of deck lists on the internet from the earliest days of Magic, but the few early reanimation decks that do exist either don't play any reanimation targets at all and just used Animate Dead for value to reanimate whatever random creature happened to end up in the graveyard, or they top their curve with Sengir Vampire. Technically, cards like Lord of the Pit and Matamodijin existed at the time, but I couldn't find any examples of people actually reanimating them. So we'll stick with Sengir Vampire as the best reanimation target of the time, as weird as it seems, but don't worry, it wouldn't take long for real reanimation targets to come along. 1994, Nicole Bolas from Legends. The earliest true reanimation target is a villain that still shows up in Magic sets today, although more often as a planeswalker than a creature, in Nicole Bolas. The original Nicole Bolas was an absurd card for its time. Not only was it a huge flyer, but if you connected with just a single attack, you would wrath away your opponent's entire hand. Of course, this came with a drawback that you needed to pay 3 mana on your upkeep, or you'd have to sacrifice Nicole Bolas, which meant that cheating into play on turn 2 wasn't really ideal, because you wouldn't be able to pay the mana and have to sacrifice it. Although some early reanimation decks got around this by using Shallow Grave to reanimate Nicole Bolas with haste to wipe away their opponent's hand during the one turn it was on the battlefield. 1995, Deep Spawn from Fallen Empires. Fallen Empires is known to be one of the most underpowered sets in the whole history of Magic, although it didn't stop the set from unleashing one of the best reanimation targets of its time in Deep Spawn. Today, Deep Spawn looks kinda like a random, mostly unplayable common, but in 1995, a 6/6 trampler that filled your graveyard and could gain Shroud until end of turn, even at the high cost of tapping yourself and not untapping the next turn, was super far above the curve. This led to it showing up in one of the earliest successful reanimator decks, a build by Alan Cormer, which looked to reanimate Deep Spawn, Nicole Bolas, and the equally hilariously bad Crimson Hellkite. While Deep Spawn might not be very good today, it is hilarious. About as close as you can get to reanimating Zoidberg in Magic, so it's got that going for it at least.
Did you see me escaping? I was all like...
Need a Deep Spawn of your own? Well, you can snag one from our awesome sponsor, Card Kingdom, over at cardkingdom.com/mtggoldfish. 1997, Verdant Force from Tempest. Today, Verdant Force looks kind of like an intro pack rare, but back in 1997, an 8-mana 7/7 that made a 1/1 Sapperling on each upkeep was one of the biggest, baddest finishers in all of Magic. Not only did it add a ton of power and toughness to the battlefield, but the Sapperling tokens proved to be especially synergistic with one of the most popular reanimation spells of the time in Recurring Nightmare, since you could sacrifice them to return more powerful creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield. 1999, Multani Marrow Sorcerer from Urza's Destiny. Today, reanimation targets are all upside, but that wasn't true 25 years ago when Multani Marrow Sorcerer was a go-to reanimation target. While the 6-drop is impossible to kill with targeted removal thanks to its Shroud ability, its size is variable. If both players have a lot of cards in hand, it can be massive, something like a 10/10 or even a 14/14. But if both players are empty-handed, Multani will literally die to its own ability. The good news is that by 1999, cards like Entomb and Exhume and Reanimate had been printed, greatly speeding up the reanimation plan, which made it possible to pretty consistently cheat Tani into play as early as turn 2 when both players had full hands, making it a huge threat. 2002 World Gorger Dragon from Judgment. World Gorger Dragon is a weird side note in the history of reanimation targets because it's really more of a combo piece than a pure reanimation target. If you use something like Reanimate to cheat World Gorger Dragon into play, it's downright awful because when it enters the battlefield, it's going to exhale all the rest of your permanents, including your lands, and just a World Gorger Dragon is probably not going to be enough to win you the game. But players quickly realized if you reanimate World Gorger Dragon with Animate Dead, it would cause this weird loop where World Gorger Dragon would enter the battlefield, and that would cause it to exile the Animate Dead. When Animate Dead leaves the battlefield, you gotta sacrifice the creature that it was enchanting, so you have to sacrifice the World Gorger Dragon, and then when World Gorger Dragon died, you'd get back all your permanents, including the Animate Dead, so it could reanimate the World Gorger Dragon again. So essentially this loop would let you blink your entire battlefield an infinite number of times, including your lands, and you could tap your lands for mana in between this blinking loop, so it would generate infinite mana, and then you figure out how to win the game somehow. This combo actually led to World Gorger Dragon being banned in various formats over the years, although today there's just easier and less convoluted ways to win the game with reanimation, which keeps the dragon legal but mostly unplayed. 2003, Akroma Angel of Wrath from Legions. Being a 6/6 flying hasty threat with protection from two of the most popular removal colors made Akroma a popular reanimation target pretty much from the first day it was printed in Legions back in 2003. Although the game was about to enter the modern era, and the power of top-end threats was going to start snowballing quickly, so it wouldn't take too long for Akroma to be replaced. 2006, Tidespout Tyrant and Simic Sky Swallower from Dissension. Original Ravnica block dropped two new reanimation targets into Magic, both of which saw super heavy amounts of play, but for very different reasons. Simic Sky Swallower took the throne as the biggest, most evasive, hardest to kill creature to cheat into play as a 6/6 flying trampler with Shroud. Meanwhile, Tidespout Tyrant was basically the original version of Hullbreak Horror, giving Reanimator decks a creature that could play defense, with the idea being you would reanimate Tidespout Tyrant, cast a few cheap spells, bounce all of your opponent's permanents, including lands, and essentially lock your opponent out of playing the game. Also, honorable mention to Blazing Archon, which is also from Ravnica block, a card that showed up in a lot of Reanimator decks as a one-of, as a way to stay alive for a few turns, is a big, flying, super-powered ghostly prison, keeping your opponent from being able to attack you. 2009, Inkwell Leviathan from Conflux. Simic Sky Swallower's reign as the biggest evasive, unkillable threat to reanimate lasted for about 3 years before Inkwell Leviathan.
What are you going to do with all this old
the
gold?
Buy
Craft smelly amulets?
No, buy a hat.
More unblockable than the flying Simic Sky Swallower in a lot of matchups, and having
Buy a
played
buy a hat.
Buy a hat.
Clock by an entire turn with Simic Sky Swallower.
Mining
what
hat.
the hat lets you do.
Get some more mining XP.
So pretty
so I
much
can mine
the
better.
heck?
deck that was playing Simic Sky Swallower.
This guy's just mining so he can mine more.
2009, Iona Shield of Emiria from Zendikar. Later in 2009,
Can't even sell that gold on the Grand
Iona
Exchange.
Shield of Emiria
That is
into the
correct. I can't
multiverse,
sell
and it
anything on the
immediately
Grand
became
Exchange.
the most
You
popular
can't
reanimation
even sell it
target
on the
in
Grand
Magic.
Exchange.
Thanks to this combination of huge evasive stats and an
Probably not worth
powerful
anything
static
since
ability,
people grind for the
Utility
skill hat, I'm
from
sure.
casting spells of a specific color is super strong. It works.
I think it's
in
non-tradable.
whatever color
Probably.
you think your opponent might
Most
have a
of
removal
these
spell
skilling
on
outfits
to
are.
kill Iona to keep
Well, no, I
it
meant
on
the
the
ore.
battlefield. At best,
Well,
you
gold
run a
nuggets are,
monocolor deck and name
like,
whatever
just
color your opponent's
currency.
playing,
They're
and
not
straight up
Oh.
lock
real
your
ore.
opponent out of casting
Okay.
anything at all. 2012, Chrysalbrad from Avacyn Restored. Well, 2011's new Phyrexia unleashed the original Praetors on Magic, and
Hopefully
both
this gives me a
Elishnorn
nugget.
and
If it
Tech
doesn't, we're gonna stop anyway because it's getting very late. Whoops! I gotta put the forgetting how to play the game. We're almost to 68. Almost.
How does it
Nice.
feel that there's only so many days left until Tears of the Kingdom?
Yes. I love it. Goodbye, RuneScape. Hello, crying. Alright, I got an extra nuggy. Alright, let's see if these are untradeable actually. No, they have a price. So you could just buy this outfit, which is weird to me. Alright, now I have a prospector's helmet. Oh man, I look so cool. Now I just need 30 more for the... Is it boots? Yeah, for boots. And we'll do that probably over lunch tomorrow, because 30 is not a lot of nuggets. Considering I just got like 40 over the course of, I don't know, an hour.
How much did the hat cost?
40.
Have you just been buying the set as you go?
Yeah.
Sure.
And the chest piece and pants were more expensive, and I already bought them. Alright. Man, it's got flashlights on the side of it.
I'm sure those are very useful.
Yeah, very important. I'm gonna be able to see when I'm mining.
It's white stuff.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Alright, bye, Shreem.